We are live, go ahead.
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3.
We're live. Okay, thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the October 9th, 2024 Council meeting. We have a number of councillor members around the table, around the horseshoe, if you will. Councillor Tom Jackson, Councillor Tammy Wang, Councillor Nirendranan Nan, Councillor Mike Spadafora, Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Matt Francis, Councillor Mark Taddison, Councillor JP Danko, Councillor why do I always do this to you? I don't know why I always do this to you. Oh, no, Krekasar's over there. It's over there. Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor... okay, I'm sick, okay? That's the thing. I'm not sick. I'm actually just recovering, but Councillor Esther Pauls, Councillor Krekasar, and Councillor Brad Clark. Hey, that's what you guys should all do. You should turn your nameplates over so when I'm having one of those morning brain things, I can be reminded. But anyways, welcome everyone, and we also have Councillor Alex Wilson joining us virtually, and welcome to our staff and people from the audience, our media. I hope everybody's having a better morning than me, apparently. So can I just then ask the clerk to confirm that quorum is present?
Mayor Horwath, quorum is present.
Thank you so much. So as the quorum is present, it's time to call the meeting formally to order and ask folks to please stand as you can to sing the national anthem. Thanks, everyone. Please be seated. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can do better, so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members are reminded, of course, that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during our council meetings. Before we start with the approval of the agenda, just to let folks know I'm coming off of something. It's not contagious or anything like that. I may cough a little bit, I may have to grab a Halls during the meeting. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it's the only thing that's going to get me through, so please ask for your indulgence. On to the approval of the agenda. Clerk Trenum, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor Horwath, there are 3 added communication items, 5.8, 5.9, and 5.10. There's also 1 change to the disposition of a communication item. Item number 5.1, originally listed as to be endorsed, is now to be received and referred to the Public Health Committee for consideration, and that's the correspondence from the Regional Municipality of Waterloo. There's also 1 added notice of motion, item 8.1, Service Manager Consent for Kiwanis Nonprofit Homes Incorporated.
Thanks very much. May I then have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Jeff Beattie, seconded by Councillor Tammy Wang. Can we go to a vote, please? Assuming there's no speakers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, no speakers. And that, oh, that's okay. We'll wait.
Morning, Councillor McMeekin.
That carries 14-0. And welcome, Councillor McMeekin, who's joining us as well. And we're on now to the declarations of interest. Members of Council, are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Upcoming in the General Issues Committee report, I do have a declaration of interest on item 13, which is around Aon and the city's MOU with them. One of my business partners has been involved with the Aon Studio Group.
Okay, thanks so much. What number was that again?
GIC report, item 13.
13. Thank you so much. Okay, thanks very much. We're back at it here. Not a problem whatsoever. We're on to ceremonial activities, of which we don't have any this time, but the last one was amazing, just to say, Councillor Pauls. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, September 25th, 2024. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the September 25th, 2024 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Any discussion on those minutes, folks? Seeing none, then we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Communications, Councillor Danko, may I have a motion on the communications items, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. This is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that Council Communications 5.1 to 5.10 be approved and presented as follows.
Thanks very much. Any discussion on the communications items? Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horwath, and good morning. 5.1 and 5.2, Mayor Horwath, I'm very relieved, I'll put it that way, that City Clerk Trenum changed the recommendation from endorse to refer it and receive it and refer it to the Public Health Committee. This is from Waterloo Region, and they about their concern over the closure of safe consumption sites, SCSs in obviously Waterloo Region, I'm going to presume, as well as across other municipalities in the province of Ontario. I have not felt that the CSCs are necessarily the right way to go. I felt that in the past there's been a lack of consultation with communities, and now that the province is embarking upon a new plan, the acronym, I believe, is the HEART plan. I'd rather it stay in the provincial government's hands. And the reason why I'm just even going to vote against receiving and referring it to our Public Health Board of Health Committee is because in part of this resolution, it calls for, in the meantime, Mayor Horwath, while the province is implementing its new HART, H-A-R-T, hubs, it's asking for our NECTS's consumption treatment sites to continue for another 6 months till the end of March of next year. And I just don't think that's the right way to go. So I'm glad it's been changed from an endorsation today, but by receiving and referring it to Public Health, I could see that at that body, the potentiality of possibly endorsing and continuing any sites in our community. And again, for me, it's been primarily overall about, as we've learned through the encampment process, Mayor Horwath, just a greater amount of civic engagement and public consultation has to be forthcoming in order to avoid friction against different sectors of society. And I'm just trying to cool down the friction if possible. Thank you, Mayor Horwath.
Thanks. Clerk Chenham?
Yeah, so just to advise then for members of council, with that comment, we'll lift item 5.1 and just do a separate vote on that, and then the remainder of the correspondence.
Thank you. You also had something on 5.2, Councillor Jackson? Oh. So can I just want to say, we're going to go to a separate vote on this item, which is great. We're going to have a fulsome debate on this item when it gets to Public Health Committee, and I don't know that it's really the right thing to do to weigh down this council meeting with the same debate that we're going to have at the public. It's no apologies needed, but at the Public Health Committee meeting. Really, the debate on the floor is whether to receive it and refer it or not. And not the actual substance of the matter. So if we could please be a little bit disciplined around that, it would be really, really helpful. So on that note, we were on 5.1. Councillor Pauls, did you want to say something on 5? Okay, thank you so much. And then 5.2, Councillor Jackson?
Okay, and again, apologies, Mayor, to you and my colleagues. I was trying to give some rationale why I wasn't even going to vote to receive, but I went too far with it, and again, I'll be more subdued. So with 5.2, I'm hearing your instructions. I am supporting 5.2 because I'm hoping a portion of that debate will involve involuntary compulsory treatment. Thank you, Mayor Horwath.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jackson. So now, I don't see any further comments on the correspondence. Is that the case? Okay, there's nothing on my list. So we'll then go to the separate vote on 5.1, and we'll put that up for vote. And this is on referring that matter to the Public Health Committee for discussion instead of just endorsing. And that carries 13 to 2. Thanks very much. Then on to the balance of the correspondence, folks. If we could have that vote up, please. And that also carries 15 to 0. Thanks very much. We're now going to be moving into Committee of the Whole. So, Councillor Danko, may I have a motion to move into Committee of the Whole, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that council move into Committee of the Whole for consideration of the committee reports.
Thanks very much. Can we have that vote up, please? That carries 15 to 0. Thanks very much. So we are on then to committee reports, starting with 6.1, Public Health Committee Report 24-008, September 30th, 2024. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Health Committee report?
Thank you. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mike Spadafora, that the Public Health Report 24-008, being the meeting held Monday, September 30th of this year, be received, and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are there any items within the report that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Councillor Wang, or sorry, Councillor Nan? See?
Second time on it. 2 times this morning. We have a friendly tally going.
Oh, no. Oh, gosh. I hope it's not only
It's
me.
not about you, Mayor. It's it's happening often. So on item H2, which was the motion that I had brought forward to Public Health Committee and subsequently at committee, was referred to the School Boards Liaison Committee. Mayor, I'm no longer opposing the referral that was placed at the table because I had a chance to connect with Councillor Beattie since then to understand why he was advocating so passionately about this referral. And my primary interest in moving this motion is the actual action of the motion, the direction of having our public health staff work with the school boards to determine the capacity within Hamilton schools to meet the needs and the health needs specifically of our school-age children as it relates to air conditioning, ventilation, et cetera, and to ensure that the air quality and room temperature is adequate. And subsequently had also reviewed all of my correspondences with Dr. Richardson and her stating very clearly that there's a positive working relationship. She's very clear that some data probably already exists, and she felt very clear that she would be able to help facilitate that information. But since then, both Councillor Beattie as a former trustee and Councillor Taddison as a former principal, understanding that there has been historical challenges with effective collaboration, and both of their leadership in seeking to have that committee function in a more robust way to address some of these joint interests. So it is a public health interest of the committee to make sure that our youth who are being subjected to more extreme heat in our school community and subsequently are reporting more health-related injuries or impacts, that be addressed from a municipal kind of perspective as well as with our school board partners. So I'm happy to support the referral. At committee, I had opposed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. We do have a speakers list. Councillor Clark, then Jackson, then Pauls, just so you know you're on the list. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if I can ask, with respect to item 2, and I support the motion, there is another act that is directly attached to the Ontario Mental Health Act, which is the Healthcare Consent Act. And so the Healthcare Consent Act gives patients the opportunity for informed consent, but moreover, it enables patients and psychiatrists to assess the capacity of the individual to make a decision with regards to their health, which includes mental health. So the two are intricately linked. The one is not included in the motion. So I guess my question is to staff, while they're doing the review based on item number 2, can they comment on the Healthcare Consent Act as it applies to motion number 2?
I'm looking over to the bench to see if there's anybody prepared to speak to that issue. I don't see anybody at this point.
Dr. Richardson.
Oh, there you are, Dr. Richardson on screen. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Hi, Mayor. Yes, sorry, I'm still working from home, I'm afraid. Yes, Councillor Clark, in relation to the consent issues around mental health, those were something we'd assumed would need to be addressed as part of the report. If you'd like to move to have it included explicitly, that's fine, but that was something that we were going to look at in any case.
I look to the original mover whether or not she wishes to add that on or just leave it to staff to address it while they deal with the report. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Clark. Let's go through the speakers list and then we'll go back to second-time speakers. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Same item, item 2. For public consumption, I'll read the title, Historical Overview of Relevant Mental Health Policy and Its Implications for the City of Hamilton. Once again, I want to commend Ward 1 Councillor Maureen Wilson. It was her initiative to bring this motion forward at Board of Health. I don't believe, because we didn't consult in advance or huddle in advance, and so I'm strongly supportive, although I'm not speaking for her. I suspect we may be coming at this from different angles, but I'm very supportive, Mayor Horvath, because it talks about requesting a report back for Public Health Committee on the overview of relevant mental health institutions, policy implications for the city with homelessness, mental health, substance use crisis, and it talks about as well the historical overview of deinstitutionalization process in Ontario according to the Mental Health Act of Ontario. I think it's so timely, Mayor Horvath, many things my constituents of the East Mountain learned over the last 13 months, primarily through the encampment protocol, was about so many residents that are residing in our neighborhood parks, many from a layman's standpoint, and many from my everyday citizen standpoint, said, Tom, so many of these people seem to need permanent wraparound 24/7 structured help. And they're not getting it in our neighborhood park. And housing outreach, Mayor Horwath would show up, paramedics, police, et cetera. We know the whole story for the last 13 months. And what I learned, and many of my constituents learned or were requesting, what happened to the times of years gone by, Councillor Jackson, where ones that have serious mental health issues, narcotics addiction issues, why are they not in a permanent structure? As of the old days that used to be at the Hamilton Psychiatric Hospital at West Fifth Fennel, and we learned that in 2000, the Harris government of the day closed that institution, and hence hundreds of ex-psychiatric patients were released into our community. So, and today, I'm hearing Mayor Horwath in the last few days that mayors across the province of Ontario, starting with Mayor Patrick Brown in Brampton, are looking at what we're now calling involuntary compulsory treatment. And I think that is targeting and earmarking for those that I've just described, that in my humble opinion, doctors and psychiatrists would know better, but I think the notion is out there, Mayor Horwath. There's a certain segment of our population that desperately, for their sake, need help and need permanent help. And if this particular motion generates that conversation to begin so that we're not just lingering with what's happened in the last 13 months and getting these individuals the permanent help to hopefully, ultimately transform their lives, I'm on for that 100%. And again, I suspect that involuntary compulsory treatment will be part and parcel of this conversation going forward. So I just again want to thank Councillor Maureen Wilson. I'm strongly supportive. Thank you, Mayor Horwath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. I just want to say we are going to have, again, a full debate about this when the report comes back with the information that we've asked staff to provide. So I think we're all looking forward to that. But we'll get back to the speakers list, which is Councillor Clark. Am I right? Yeah, Councillor Pauls, and then Councillor Nan and Councillor Clark. Okay, so Councillor Pauls, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to address the Public Health Committee report as well under the Greater Hamilton Health Network 2024 staff update. On page 15, Mayor, the High Need Community Initiative, the Greater Hamilton Health Network received $1.4 million from the province government to enhance services for Hamilton's most vulnerable population. They identify pressing needs which support a variety of initiatives. One of them was 24/7 access to free harm reduction through health boxes. This is a pilot that has been approved, and I was taken aback, Mayor, that we as council could not vote on this issue. When something is a pilot, in my opinion, it grows and it ends up being confirmed. I want to ask a question to Dr. Richardson, because I noticed she's here. Health boxes sounds to me something that I give to your kids when they go to school, a health box, you know? How can we have a pilot if we are not monitoring or having control of who is using these health boxes?
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. We'll wait for Dr. Richardson to come on screen, but I do remind you that the Greater Hamilton Health Network is actually the replacement of the LHIN, which was initially the CCAC. So it's actually a function of the provincial government in our community, and there are several of them across the province. So it's really not up to us to determine what the provincial government is funding to our local GHIN, our Greater Hamilton Health Network. And I just want to kind of define that for everyone, because I think there's some confusion about whether or not we have any say on the decisions they make, and the bottom line is we don't, because they're the health experts, they're a different body than the council, and they're not responsible to us, they're responsible to the provincial government, is my understanding, just because I've been there. Yeah. And so the question, though, was to Dr. Richardson, so of course we'll have her respond.
24/7 health boxes.
Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Thanks, Mayor. And I was going to begin my response with something that Mary has just said, which was about the health boxes and about, that this was a decision that is being made elsewhere. This isn't a decision that's being made by this committee and this council. So these health boxes began in Toronto through a research project that was undertaken in trying to look at how to improve access to a variety of things. To people who are homeless, to people who have difficulty in accessing supplies. And so they're personal supplies like shampoo, soap, those sorts of things. There are things like HIV tests are used in some areas where they're looking at people and needing to get increased access to testing. And then there are other harm reduction supplies. And again, just remembering that harm reduction is a much bigger thing than just these supplies that we're talking about. It's just some of the aspects of harm reduction include the provision of things like clean needles, include things like naloxone, those sorts of things as well. And so the researchers worked with their communities in Toronto to look at how those could be instituted there. And they were designed to be accessible, both in terms of where they were located, but also in terms of what they included in them. They were meant to reduce barriers to access for people who had a hard time accessing supplies. And so then very customizable, and as well then using a screen system so that people could interact with it and get information from that machine. So that was the idea of the researchers. They've been expanded to a number of locations across Canada. New Brunswick, interestingly, very much took them up on it with an interesting project that's been funded through Staples Canada. And they have, we have in Ontario, we have them operating in Toronto, Ottawa, Peterborough, and Brantford, just down the road. And so each of those has been tailored by the group that is hosting it to look at what supplies, like what population are they trying to reach, what supplies might they need, where would it be located, and they're aware of the kinds of issues like, making sure that there's access that is limited in ways, that you can't just take everything out of the machine. There's you can set a limited amount, you can set the frequency that somebody could come back and access the machine. All those things can be set. And then of course the location of them is decided so that it's in a place where it does provide access to people who are having a hard time accessing things. But there's awareness that there's, they don't want this to be located in a way. I think Councillor Paulsby described things as being maybe a little bit more kid-oriented. And of course, that not at all was the goal with any of the programs that have been set up in any of the communities in Ontario or elsewhere in Canada. So that's the purpose of the boxes. The research on them, the researchers feel to date has been positive in terms of getting access. They continue to work with them and evaluate them. Those evaluations as they expand are still going on. And so the partners in Mohawk and Hamilton Health Sciences worked with the GHHN when they're looking at priority populations to look at, what may be ways that populations they felt that were not able to access supplies, could these be added? And so I think there's been some correspondence that I've seen as well with Mohawk College saying that these indeed would not be 24/7 access. These would be a limited access within the Mohawk buildings for students there.
Thank you for that, but it's 24/7. And my question was, how do you monitor something that you don't know who's using them? Because on Monday, after the meeting, I had calls from concerned parents of children walking by these boxes and looking, and maybe curiosity of a pipe or of a needle could go and use them. That was my question. How do we monitor something that we don't know who's using it? You're right, we are assuming those people that are using drugs are using it. And that was my question. But I understand what you're saying, but it's very disturbing to me and to most people that have called me, believe me. Anyways, I called to our provincial government, mayor, and they said, what? And then they said, we gave an envelope of money. and they do the research. So I'm going to pursue it because I put a call in. They're calling me back. I know there's a motion coming in a couple of weeks by Councillor Danko. But I want to also say...
Can I just, before you go on, can I just remind the members of council that advocacy to the other orders of government comes as a whole voice from our council, not from individual councillors. And so I would ask that you consider that in terms of the respectfulness of this space, that we speak with one voice. And that would be very, very helpful.
And I will do that. I make sure I will do that. I want you to as well be aware that Vancouver, their report, their kiosk dispensary reduction was put on hold because of issues. So they are issues with this. Harm reduction advocates are saying, we need them. We need the tests, the drugs, all this. But I just want to say the 24/7 dispenser does not work, in my opinion. And my last opinion I want to say, safe consumption sites. I believe they should be in a controlled environment, like a hospital or an institution where people will get treatment or to be assisted to recovery, to get off drugs. I am so tired.
So Councillor Pauls, just again, I'm trying to give you some space here, but at the same time, the issue that you're raising now is something that we've already referred to the Public Health Committee. It's something that was dealt with during correspondence. And so...
And that's why I didn't talk of correspondence. I was going to say, in my opinion, I didn't want to vote against it because it should be in a controlled place.
Okay, and we'll have that full debate at the Public Health Committee.
I appreciate, Mayor, you're awesome. I appreciate you, but I just want to say that I remember we used to have a war on drugs. Now we're not having a war anymore. It seems like we're enabling. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And just for clarity, and Dr. Richardson did mention, but I did have conversations with Mohawk College. They are planning on one health box at their Fennel campus and one at the Stony Creek campus. And as was discussed at Health Committee, that these health boxes may distribute crack pipes, meth bowls, and needles. The health boxes that will be installed at Mohawk College will not have those items available. And obviously, I think Mohawk recognizes that it's not in their interest or their students' interest to invite drug addicts onto campus, and let alone having to deal with leftover drug paraphernalia all over the place on campus, as is the issue in every single city park and public space where homeless individuals suffering from drug addiction congregate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. So I'm just looking at the speakers list now, and I apologize that I interrupted the legislative clerk, Lorraine Cole, but I guess Councillor Nan and then Councillor Clark were a second time. Councillor Nan, no. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and I hope you'll give me a little bit of latitude. I am a little bit concerned, and I'm not concerned about the way the motion item 2, historical overview of relevant mental health policy, was provided or is written. I'm concerned about some of the interpretation that I'm seeing in the community. And I'm concerned that some of our mentally ill residents will experience further stigmatization as a result of some of the conversations that are occurring. When you look at mental health, and I'm hoping this report shows this, but there is a wide spectrum of degree when it comes to mental health or mental illness. It can be as mild, and I don't mean to dismiss, but depression. And it can go all the way up to some serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia and psychotic breaks. When residents are complaining because someone living in a park is yelling and screaming, I've got residents who are living in houses who are yelling and screaming with their own family, with their neighbors. And The challenge is how we deal with that issue, but we don't stigmatize them. Calling, and I love Councillor Jackson like a brother, but calling for the reinstitutionalization, if I'm hearing it correctly, of the seriously mentally ill in our community is fraught with danger. The Healthcare Consent Act gives individuals the ability to prove that they have the capacity and understanding and the insight of their own mental health condition and are seeking treatment. There are many people living really good lives who are seriously mentally ill but are treated with medication and they have family support and they get counseling. When people fall so far that they no longer have housing, they no longer have food, they no longer have warmth, they no longer have medication, then they truly need assistance. Demonizing them is the wrong way to go, in my humble opinion. I think we need to, and I think the intention of this motion is to really bring to the forefront the responsibilities when it comes to mental health, and the primary responsibility lies with the provincial government of Ontario. They're the ones who are supposed to be providing the ability for supportive housing to assist people who are seriously mentally ill and are being released from hospital. It is not the obligation of the municipality. It is the obligation, responsibility of the province. So as we go through this, please, folks who are listening to this and are experiencing some difficulty with folks who are living in tents in parks, put yourself in the shoes of someone who has no food, who has no health care, who has no medication, and has nowhere to go except a tent, and all the neighbors are upset that they're there. They may not be there because they want to be there. They're there because they have no alternative, because there's no place to go. The obligation is on the province of Ontario. And I'm hoping that at some point, the media in this province will pick up on it and will start addressing it properly, because it is not the role of municipalities. And so I just encourage my colleagues not to do anything that will encourage further stigmatization of people who are not getting treatment at the moment because they're living in a tent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I don't see any further speakers on that item or any further items on that report. No? All right, so then we'll go to the vote then on the report. Was anything removed for a separate vote? I don't think so, right? No. Okay, which item is one lifted?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Councillor Pauls, which item specifically? Number 1? Yeah. Okay, so a request for separate vote on item number 1.
Okay, so on item 1 then, that's the first vote that'll come up on our screen. This is just to receive the report of the gin that happened at.
That's correct.
Thank you. That carries 14-1. Thanks very much. We're now on to the balance of the report, the public health report.
Councillor Alex Wilson, your vote?
Thumbs up there.
Sorry about that. It just didn't load on my side here. Apologies.
Carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're on to the Public Works Committee Report 24-013, September 30th, 2024. Councillor Spatafora, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee Report?
Mayor, it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson, that the Public Works Committee Report 24-013, being the meeting held on Monday, September 30th, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay. Thanks very much. Are there any items that folks would like to speak to or amend or have voted on separately in this report? Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It's with reference to item 2, which is the Dundas wastewater treatment plant upgrades. Can I hear from staff, what's the difference in the treatment technology that is being used at the Woodward Sewer Treatment Plant and the proposed plan that is being used for the Dundas wastewater treatment plant?
Director Winters?
Through you, Mayor Horvath, Nick Winters, Director of Hamilton Water, to address the councillor's question. At the Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant, the upgraded facility, it uses a disc filtration as a tertiary treatment process. And generally, the way that I describe that is there's very large discs and they're covered in a carpet-like material. And when you have partially treated wastewater, it's on the outside of the discs, and as it passes through the carpet-like material, the filtration media, into the core of the disc, that removes additional solids. The proposed technology that will be used at the Dundas facility is membranes. And membranes, they come in cartridges. They actually look a lot like long pieces of spaghetti. And they have much smaller pore size than a disc filtration media, so they're able to provide a finer screening, a finer removal of solids in particular. And that technology is proposed and needed at the Dundas facility in order to meet even more stringent phosphorus treated effluent criteria than what is in place at the Woodward facility. Hope that answers the question.
Councillor Clark?
It does, Mayor, and if I may have an ancillary question to Mr. Winters. So if you were to describe the two technologies, which one, in your experience, is the better technology?
Director?
Yeah, so through the mayor to the councillor's question, the membrane technology is capable of providing a higher level of treatment than the disc filtration technology that's used at the Woodward facility.
Thank you. I just wanted to have that on the record. I know this is an expensive piece, and I know that we're dealing with it with our normal fiscal management process for capital projects. But this plant, in my estimation, needs this type of treatment that is much better than the tertiary treatment. And I would also put out there, Mayor, I think Hamilton was one of the first municipalities in the province to implement tertiary treatment at a sewer treatment plant. There were many people in the 1990s, and I was one of them, calling for such treatment, and it took us a long time to get there. But it has dramatically improved the effluent that comes out of that plant and goes into the harbor. And once the Dundas plant is up and running, it will do even more than what we can accomplish with tertiary treatment. So I just wanted to put that on the record as why I would support such an expensive endeavor. It is necessary. I would suggest again that the province should step up and assist us with such things because we are really improving the environment. And last time I checked, the environment is in their purview. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, just a couple of quick comments. I want to thank committee first off for supporting some amendments, not to the kind of the big piece of the plan, but to how we're doing that recreation swap. Part of finding the space for this expansion involves moving the assets at Martina Memorial Park. And so grateful for committees from just kind of clarifying some of the outcomes of that process to do that. So Dundas Little League is well in place to have an exciting celebration for their 75th anniversary or 74th in 2028 when construction starts getting going at the plant and they have a nice new home. And I think that allows us to focus on the benefits of this project, knowing that that move is well handled, and we can talk about what those citywide benefits are. Citywide benefits, like potentially getting a fifth of the phosphorus out of West Pond and Cootes Paradise, that would be huge. Getting us to a place of restoration, avoiding costs like algae cleanups and mitigating against those. Ensuring that our waterfront is really there for all Hamiltonians. Cootes Paradise in the system runs directly through wards 13, 1, 2, 3, and a bit of 4 as well when you have that access. But we know that all of our city comes down to our waterfront, regardless of where they're enjoying it. And it's alive. And I think that's the piece in keeping it that way. We've had a rocky history with our water here in Hamilton. And for 30 years, the city's been doing the work to clean things up. Maybe not always as fast, maybe not always always so forward. Sometimes there's steps backwards that have happened, but this is a huge step forward. And I just don't want a comment about numbers to become the only thing that we talk about. There was a $110 million increase to the project costs. The estimates were from 2015. I don't think any of us here are thinking that any 2015 financial estimates won't be higher in the year 2024. And so just putting some of that into perspective that, it is an increase, and we do have to make sure that that's balanced and is effective, but it's also being paid for across multiple budget years. This has already been an identified priority, and this is getting us to outcomes that we've been working towards for 30 plus years and preventing costs for decades to come. Really, really excited about the unanimous support for this citywide project, and just very grateful that we're moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. And just to follow up on Councillor Wilson's comments there, I had a question for Director Winters just about the cost. Wonder, Director Winters, through the Mayor, if you could just comment on the alternative option that was outlined in the report, a more traditional method, and the cost of that versus what's actually recommended.
Yeah, certainly. Through the Mayor, to the Councillor's question, leading up to preparation and presentation of this report to Public Works Committee, the work that was done between 2023 and 2024 to put together the conceptual design for the Dundas facility included the evaluation of different options, as well as an evaluation of full life cycle costs for those options. And what we learned and what's reflected in the Public Works Committee report, as well as the appendices, is that replacing the existing facility with a like-for-like technology that's able to deal with the peak flows that are required there as part of the design criteria set by the ministry, from a life cycle perspective, would actually be more expensive than putting in a new facility with with leading edge technology, the membrane filtration there. And so that was a conclusion that we reached through that engineering study, is that we're able to provide that enhanced environmental benefit with ultra low phosphorus removal at a lower cost over the full life cycle than a older technology would be able to do.
Yeah, and through you, Mayor, thank you very much, Director Winters, for that answer. And I applaud staff for looking at the full life cycle cost and managing the cost over time for taxpayers. And we're getting a better technology at a better price. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. I don't see any further speakers on that item. Is there anybody else that wants to raise anything on this report as a whole? Seeing none, then we'll go to the vote. Thanks very much. And that carries 15-0. We're now on to the Planning Committee Report 24014, October 1st, 2024, item 6.3. Councillor Kassar, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee Report?
Of course, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by me, seconded by First Vice Chair, Councillor Maureen Wilson, that Planning Committee Report 24-014, being the meeting held on Tuesday, October 1st, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. We have a speakers list, I believe. No? Oh, that's the old one. Okay. Thanks very much. I don't see any speakers at this point. Councillor Jackson, please go ahead.
Mayor Horvath, I'm not on Planning Committee, so I just have a simple question, if I could please, of the Acting General Manager, Steve Robichaud, on item 3, the green building standards. As we're heading down this path, all for the environmental reasons that council has spoken about and has set as a priority, and to try to do our best to achieve net zero by 2050. All I want to know is, will the business, if this is about new builds, that's understandable. And so anybody embarking upon a new build, they know exactly potentially the additional costs to achieve green building standards. If this is about existing, I'm just curious as to, is the business community overall, the chamber, BIAs, developers, large businesses, are they being consulted along the way? That's just a basic question because I wasn't on committee and I'm not here to prolong the debate that may have happened there.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor, please.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Acting General Manager Robichaud, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. The green development standards would apply to new development applications at either the subdivision consent or the site plan stage. An existing business owner would not be affected by this if they came in for a building permit to do an internal renovation or a facade improvement. However, working with the Climate Change Office, we are looking at developing programs and incentives to encourage existing homeowners or businesses to seek out opportunities for energy efficiency for their buildings, but that would be a separate stream and a separate consideration where we would be providing, like we're doing the ground source heat pumps as a pilot project, and we'll be reporting back to the next GIC in terms of those 50 units that we made available. That's how we're going to be looking at dealing with the existing building stock. This is a pilot project that this is a project that we will be applying to new development and reporting back in terms of successes or any changes that are required. And to your other question, yes, we do consult with the business community throughout all of our initiatives so that they are aware of it. So there are other things such as the decarbonization through the DeFasco project. That would be on a completely different kind of project where we're encouraging and supporting businesses to explore and develop their own sort of green decarbonization initiatives. Thank you.
I'm very satisfied with that thorough response from Acting GM Robichaud. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Janko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the same item of green building standards, just want to share the same thing I shared at committee, a sincere appreciation to our staff for the excellent work that went into this. And just want to address a couple things in the letter from the West End Home Builders that was referred to this item. Just in terms of the building code, so just so everyone is clear, the building code is a minimum standard. So that is the absolute minimum required by law for a building to be constructed to. By introducing green building standards, the City of Hamilton is following many other municipalities in Canada in finding ways to encourage better quality construction. And I want to separate that from the green environmental component. Like, really what this is about is much better quality construction. And we're all concerned about the cost of housing. I think, you know, the inflated cost of construction is a real thing, and that is driving housing prices. But when it comes to simply better quality housing, I think there's a benefit for everyone, and it shouldn't fall to the municipality to have to put in these standards. The development industry should be doing this on their own in the first place. The fact that they're not, that they're still building to absolute minimum building code, I think is an issue, and we have an opportunity to perhaps influence some of new construction, especially that will benefit new home builders because they'll be moving into houses that are better built and cheaper to maintain and heat and cool moving forward in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Janko. Councillor Clark, please.
On the same item, and I'm trying to understand where this proposal fits within the building code. So what I was told in the past was that the building code is the minimum standards that are required in the province of Ontario, and that the municipalities cannot require more stringent standards. Is that the case?
Acting GM Robichaud, please.
Through Madam Chairman, or Madam Mayor, that is correct. The city cannot adopt our own sort of building code bylaw. That would be above and beyond the Ontario Building Code. What we are seeking here is that these standards would be that how the owners or the property developer would be achieving that goal, not only just with the building, but also with the development of the site as well, and addresses matters that are beyond just what would be traditionally in the building code. For example, as referenced in the home builder's letter around heritage buildings and the embedded carbon within an existing building, and doing that sort of tracking between demolition and replacement of a heritage building with a new building. It deals with issues in terms of landscaping and preservation of existing trees on site, and that is, tree preservation is not a building code matter. It also can deal with the orientation of the building on site to maximize passive solar energy, and that would not be a building code matter. Where we would be looking at the proponents is to identify and report on the energy performance of their buildings, and that as a condition of a development approval, which is separate from the building code, they have to demonstrate achievement or meeting a certain goal or objective. That is consistent where the city is, say, for noise attenuation measures, where as a condition of zoning or site plan approval, we require the proponent to submit a noise study, which will require enhanced methods of construction, whether it's the exterior facade or the windows, and at the time of building permit application, the applicant's architect or designer to certify that their building permit submission implements the requirements of a noise study in terms of enhanced windows or facade construction. And those enhancements would be above and beyond the minimum requirements of the building code. Thank you.
Clark?
Thank you. And may I ask, will there be an impact to the property taxpayer as a result of these changes?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the taxpayer, no, I don't anticipate to the taxpayer. There may be in terms of the costs for method of constructions if they need an enhanced building design or performance metrics, but the province is also moving forward with changes to the building code as well in January 1, 2025, that do provide for many of these enhancements in the building code or recommended at the National Building Code dealing with energy performance levels. For the operator of the building, if it is properly designed, much like the city housing with the passive housing, there may be increased costs up front, but the operating costs of the building are lower. So the life cycle costs of operating that building will be lower overall based on enhanced energy performance or other design considerations. Thank you.
May I rephrase the question? Will there be a fiscal impact to the city of Hamilton?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I do not anticipate that there will be any fiscal impact to the city of Hamilton unless we move forward with a program of providing grants or incentives in order to encourage individuals to achieve a higher performance standard. For example, City of Toronto does a DC grant or through a community improvement program. That's how they've been able to achieve their highest standard. So that'll be something we will be reporting back to committee and council with on the possibility of a community improvement program to provide a financial incentive for new construction to meet a certain standard. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's all my time. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Clark. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to build on my esteemed colleague Clark's comments. The mention of incentives, I think, is important. We would be hard pressed to finance incentives. Senior levels of government have from time to time financed incentives. And the importance of, in my opinion, and I mentioned this when it first came up, some effective case to cause advocacy is really critical. We have a provincial building code and we have a federal building code that already are not in sync. And I think that's been acknowledged. What some may not know is that the home builders actually have a subgroup working actually on green standards. And that's important. I've had some conversations with them about that. I think if there are ways and means for us to partner with them to find even some minimum additional requirements that make sense in the Ontario Building Code and to jointly advocate for the inclusion of those in the code, that would be beneficial to us long-term and certainly to the environment. So I just want to go on the record again, Your Worship, with that. We're fond of saying we are not alone, even though sometimes we believe we really are alone when it comes to a lot of these things. But we need to find creative entrepreneurial ways to work together to change fundamental things like the Ontario and federal building codes. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor McMeekin. That exhausts the current speakers list. Councillor Clark, please, for a second time.
Thank you. Can I just get clarification? I think I heard that this will result in an increase in the cost of building new homes. Is that correct?
Acting Chair Robichaud?
Through Madam Mayor, it may result in a cost for those improved methods of construction if it requires enhanced building materials. I did forget to mention, we currently do have a CIP program under the LEED program. Where property owners, it relates mainly to industrial users and non-residential users. If they are seeking LEED certification of their building, there is some municipal financial incentives to offset the increased costs relating to LEED. Much of the costs associated with LEED are actually related to the documentation as opposed to the enhanced building construction methods.
And thank you. And I also heard that the province is moving forward with changes to the building code standards in January. Can you just elaborate on that, please?
Acting Chair Robichaud?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not 100% expert on it, but at the national level, there has been a review of the building code over the last year and primarily looking at quote unquote greening the building code and providing for enhanced energy efficiency and performance standards in the national building code and harmonizing it at a national level. The province has announced earlier this year that there are some, but not all of the measures that are being proposed in the national building code will be incorporated into a new building code. And that new building code will take effect on January 1, 2025. And it is probably one of the most significant rewrites or updates to the building code that we have seen in many years. There are elements in the new building code that do focus on energy performance and energy standards. That would be reflected in the modeling and the information being required to be submitted as part of the green development standards. And in fact, there may be some degree of alignment between the new building code with what is being, we are seeking proponents of new development to document through the green development standard. Thank you.
And the last question, Mayor, and I suppose it's more rhetorical. Why wouldn't the city of Hamilton wait until the new building code comes out before they finalize this new program?
Jim Robichaud?
Madam Mayor, as I indicated, there are elements of the program that relate to the method of construction and the design of the building, but there are also elements in a green building standard or green development standard that go beyond just the building itself. So then it becomes, how is the site physically laid out and designed? How are we managing landscaping, open space areas, passive solar energy, and also following through in terms of how do we deal with stormwater management. And then there are other elements, as I indicated earlier, for example, embedded carbon. So if you have an existing building, the renovation of an existing building has a different set of impacts than if you demolish a building and you put up a new building from a carbon perspective. And if you're doing carbon-based budgeting, that would be part of the consideration. So it's looking at it from that holistic, not only the building itself, but the site, and then how that site is laid out, and then where that site is. When you add up those three sort of lenses, that's what results in the green development standard as being proposed by staff. Building code matters, or energy performance of existing buildings, is only one component of the overall green development standard, and that is why we are moving forward with, that's why we've developed the metrics we have. And then we've also indicated we will continue to monitor and update the standard going forward so that if there's something becomes a baseline consideration, then that will be easy for proponents to reach. And then we'll be saying, how can we encourage then people to go above that baseline on a go forward basis? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
I'm struggling a bit. I understand the rationale, Mayor. but I do not understand why we can't wait 2.5 months to see what the province is coming forward with the provincial and new national building code. It just seems unnecessary. Waiting 2 months enables us to be completely lockstep with the national building code and the provincial building code. Instead, we're moving ahead with this here now. That troubles me.
No, thanks, Councillor Clark. Did you want to remove this item for a separate vote? Okay. I don't see any further speakers on the list. And so is there any other, are there any other items that folks want to speak to this report on? Seeing none, we'll pull item 4 and vote on that first, which is green standards and guidelines for site servicing. PED 24, oh, am I wrong? Oh, item 3, sorry. Green building standards, urban areas citywide, excuse me, PED 24114. So can we have that vote up first, please, item 3? We're not getting a vote opportunity. That carries 14-1. Thanks very much. And there's something wrong with my voting here. So then we'll go on to the balance of the report, if we can. We have a cranky e-scribe this morning. That's carried 15-0. Thanks so much, everyone. We're now on to item 6.4, which is the General Issues Committee Report 24016, October 2nd, 2024. And I do know that there's a declared conflict. So, Councillor Danko, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issue Committee's report? And because of the declaration of Councillor Wang on item 13, respecting the Memorandum of Understanding with the City and Aon Studio Group on Barton Tiffany lands, report PED 19063G, item 13, will have to be voted on separately. So, Councillor Danko, please put the motion forward, and we'll go to the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that the General Issues Committee Report 24-016, being the meeting held on Wednesday, October 2nd, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein and be approved. And also, while I have the floor, I need to declare a non-disqualifying interest on item 12, as my wife is currently a HWDSB trustee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. So on this report, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. On item 12, requesting a separate vote. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments on the report? Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. On the same item 12, confidential correspondence from HWDSB. I'm not here to disclose anything that we discussed last week in camera. I expressed in camera. Okay, Tom, you cannot express publicly what you expressed in camera. Okay, so Mayor Horvath, my main concern was that people would be spending an inordinate amount of time on something that we need to get an answer from other people from that may avoid that. Now, word on the street is that a decision's been made. So should I leave it for in camera to get that answer, or can
Yes.
somebody publicly declare it now?
My understanding is that if it was dealt with in camera, it has to go back to in camera for disclosure.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
How did I?
You did great. But I guess I want to make sure, are we heading into camera on this item later on in the meeting? I don't know. Okay, because it's not on the agenda and we've approved the agenda. So I'm just going to go to the clerk and see how we manage that procedurally.
So, Mayor, in the past, we've deferred the entire consideration of the GIC report until after closed. We can continue that practice. We could also just lift this particular item and just deal with this item. If council would like to continue discussion on the balance of GIC now, we can approve the balance, save and accept this item, and then deal with this item after closed.
That would be great. Do we need a motion for that, Clerk Trennan?
Please.
All right, so that's moved by Councillor Jackson and seconded by Councillor Francis. And we'll go to that vote, which is to lift this item and refer it to a closed session. And then move on with the balance of the report. So this is item 12, correct? And just so the staff know that that's kind of coming up in closed. That carries 15-0. Thanks, everyone. Okay, then on the balance of the report, are there any other items that folks want to discuss or speak to, have voted on separately? Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. It would be item 7, the public releasing the city's lease agreement with Municipal Capital Facility John C. Munro, Hamilton International Airport. Just so the public knows, the city of Hamilton owns the airport. This is an agreement for the operation of the airport. This motion will have staff review that document and redact anything that may be proprietary that would be consistent with the Municipal Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Under that MFIPA, the operator, as a third party, has an opportunity to speak to the release of that document. From my experience, it's important for the municipality to begin that process, that on all contracts coming forward, that we release the details of the contract while redacting anything that is proprietary in nature to the third party that we're dealing with. At a separate time, Mayor, I will bring forth a motion to try to get us down that road. I'll deal with your office on it before I bring the motion to GIC. It's important that when people in the public are unaware of the details of a contract, they will naturally jump to, it's a secret report. And I think it behooves this municipality to begin to deal with the issues so that we do not get the accusations of secret reports, that we become more transparent, that we deal with our contracts more openly, while respecting items that may be proprietary in nature. And if there is a conflict between the city and the proprietor saying that this is proprietary, then they can take it to the Information Privacy Commissioner and they will make the ruling as that third-party adjudicator. So I'm really pleased that the GIC committee supported this unanimously. I think it's a good step forward, and we need to continue working down that line elsewhere. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I don't see any further speakers to this item, and so we are going to go to item 13 for a separate vote. We'll ask Councillor Wang for her. Well, she's already made her declaration, so we don't need to do that again. And so can we take item 13 up for the separate vote? And that carries 14 to 1. Can we then go to the balance of the report, save and accept the item that we move to private and confidential? Thanks all. That carries 15 to 0. We're now on to 6.5 Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 24-017, October 3rd, 2024. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee report?
Yes, Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Spatafora, that Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 24-017, being the meeting held on Thursday, October 3rd, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Let's see, on the Audit, Finance, Administration Committee report, are there any members that like to speak to or have something voted on or amended? Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is item 1, the proposed federal development charges freeze impact. I want to stress to residents in my ward and across the city that what the federal government is doing is they're saying, here, you can have this funding if you freeze development charges. Development charges are not some crazy number that we just pull out of the air. Development charges is based on an actual fiscal breakdown of new development that's coming, the impact for the costs for the capacity of the broader community, which is usually a smaller amount, and the cost to the actual people who are going to be purchasing these homes. The development charges is based on the infrastructure that is required to service these developments. It is frustrating, Mayor, that we have 2 senior levels of government who are pushing municipalities to either freeze development charges or minimize development charges, and they know full well that those costs to build that infrastructure still need to be paid. And we don't have this huge bank account. Scrooge McDuck doesn't have this big vault filled with money that we can just haul out and say, no problem, we'll pay for these development charges. The fact of the matter is these freezes and these impacts will directly impact property taxes in the city of Hamilton and across all municipalities. And I think the public needs to know that this game is afoot. And while it's politically pleasing to those who are saying these things, it is not pleasing to the municipality who is having to download those costs onto the laps of property taxpayers. So I just want to put it out there. I understand the program's moving ahead. I understand that we've received it. But the fact of the matter is property taxpayers are going to get hit with any DC lowering or elimination. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Danko, please go ahead, and then Councillor Coussar.
Thank you, Mayor. On the same topic, really appreciate Councillor Clark's comments. And I think this is a result of some obviously effective lobbying by the development industry to sort of frame development charges as a municipal tax on new housing. And I think as Councillor Clark has explained, and we've talked about many times, development charges pay for new roads, water, sewers, rec centers, police and fire stations, parks, and on and on. That municipal capital infrastructure that is necessary to service new development. It's not, a tax or a voluntary increase on the cost of housing that municipalities want to add on, but it is necessary because we have 3 choices. We either have new homeowners that directly benefit from that infrastructure that is necessary to facilitate the new homes being built in the first place, pay for the cost of development, or, as Councillor Clark has said, and we've said in the past, or those costs are downloaded onto the backs of municipal taxpayers. And third choice, upper levels of government could upload the costs of development charges and infrastructure and actually help municipalities with the significant infrastructure deficits that we currently face. So I think from a municipal perspective, it is really disappointing that the upper levels of government continue to succumb to lobbying from the development industry and download the costs of their housing policies onto municipalities. Our taxpayers, municipal property taxpayers, should not be paying for provincial and federal housing policies, full stop. And I think, I don't know how we shift this conversation, but when we keep talking about the cost of new housing, the cost of construction, municipalities are doing everything that we can to facilitate the construction of new housing, but we are not responsible and cannot be held as the scapegoat for the cost of new housing. This is the result of decades of policy from the upper levels of government, and they have all of the mechanisms available to them to solve this crisis. It cannot be downloaded onto municipal taxpayers, and I'm sure every municipality in Ontario and every municipality across the country, frankly, is saying the same thing. And in terms of just this particular policy, if you think about it from a strictly financial framework, it makes no sense because, yeah, we could be made whole, but if what we're receiving from the federal government is less than what we're going to give up by freezing development charges, then obviously the policy is a failure right off the bat. So, you know, I really hope the federal government rethinks this and would encourage the both upper levels of government to rethink how they are using municipalities as the funding source for their policies. It's not fair. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath, and I agree with the comments from my colleagues. I would just like to request GM Zegeric, if you could just give a brief overview of what was in the report, just for public consumption, please.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kassar. GM Zegeric, please, sir.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The agenda item 1 is an information report, and it's intended to communicate to committee and council of the April 2024 Canadian federal government launch of the $6 billion Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund. And that is funding that is intended to be made available to provinces and municipalities. The purpose of the report is to provide an overview of the proposed 3-year development charge freeze as part of this initiative and how it may affect the city's revenues based on the information that's available to date. And while there is currently limited information regarding implementation, it has the potential impact, has the potential to have a significant impact to the city's financial strategies over the next 3 years. The intention of the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund is to accelerate the construction and upgrading of housing-enabling water, wastewater, storm, and solid waste infrastructure that will directly enable new housing supply and help improve densification. This is not intended to be an affordable housing initiative or to affect the affordability of housing. It is intended to positively affect the supply of housing. Of the $6 billion, $1 billion is directed to municipalities to support urgent infrastructure needs, and that information in terms of intake process has not been released yet. The remaining $5 billion would be distributed to participating municipalities. There's a number of eligibility requirements for municipalities, for the provinces to satisfy. The province of Ontario has not yet entered into an agreement with the federal government, and neither the province nor the federal government has entered into any discussions with the city on this matter. Additionally, the instituting a development charge freeze has the potential to pose significant fiscal challenges to the city. And in the report, it identifies that over the 3-year proposed period, a range in terms of the foregone revenue to the city. And that range is based on the pace of development and the activity of development. And it ranges from $132 million to just short of $270 million. If you consider that $270 million figure in the context of this is eligible to municipalities with 300,000 population or greater. And if I use the number of about 19 nationally, and if I do the rough math of $5 billion spread across 19 municipalities, that represents approximately $260 million of potential grant funding. And here lies the challenge for municipalities and municipal councils, is that in order to chase that $260 million of infrastructure funding, councils may need to decide and approve transferring an equal amount of funding onto existing taxpayers and ratepayers, in that municipalities cannot forego the collection of development charges if development charges are waived. They have to be borne by existing taxpayers and ratepayers. And this will all be subject to provincial legislation. We are governed by the Development Charge Act, and we would await for that direction from the provincial government. So how the program is structured will be important. If the funding accrues to municipalities to offset the foregone DC revenue, the impact may be less. If the funding is for infrastructure programs and not to compensate the city for foregone DCs, then council will be left with these difficult future conversations with respect to transferring the cost. Important to note, understanding the intent of the program is to favorably impact the affordability of new housing. Important to note is it transfers on the affordability challenge to existing taxpayers and ratepayers. There's no way to forego affordability. We're transferring one issue and transferring this issue onto other property owners, and that is potentially existing taxpayers and ratepayers. The report goes on to speak to other challenges. The proposed program is retroactive to April of 2024. Council may recall, Council approved a new development charge background study in June. Not clear how we would go back retroactive to compensate any developers with respect to any development that occurred after April 2024. Not clear if the program is intended to flow these benefits on to home buyers. Again, our interpretation really speaks to the impacted municipalities and development community. Not clear how it's going to ultimately cascade on to future existing or future home buyers. If the federal government is not able to reach an agreement with the provincial government, the messaging is the intent to negotiate directly with municipalities. Again, not clear the mechanism in terms of how the federal government would negotiate directly with municipalities. So through you, Madam Mayor, that's a bit of a summary of the report and issues, and happy to answer any questions that committee might have.
Thank you, Jim Zegarac. Councillor Sarr, back to you.
Yeah, and through you, Mayor, thank you very much. Jim Zegarac, very, very thorough answer. I think that's very important for the public to understand. So just a brief comment, if I may. I interpret this situation we're in is because the market isn't building enough housing, and the governments are trying to incent things are going to get more housing built. It'll be my opinion that as long as housing is being financialized, meaning a vehicle treated for wealth or investment, we're not going to get enough housing built, and certainly not enough affordable housing. So it would be really helpful if upper levels of government would just help build housing. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Councillor Cassar. Councillor McMeekin, please. I'd like to make a comment as well, so we'll wait for the list to exhaust, and then I'll have Councillor Danko take the chair at that point. Councillor McMeekin, please go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship, and just beginning by picking point about housing there. According to the big city mayors, there are 416,000 building permits that have been approved that builders are sitting on for whatever reason or combination of reasons, which I think speaks volumes about the ability and inability of levels of government to enact ways and means to expedite those building initiatives. Not fair, agreed. It's not fair. I'm reminded of the late great Hazel McCallion's comment about democracy, that the feds have all the money, the province has all the power, and municipalities have or soon will have all the problems. I think we're seeing that play out, and sadly. That having been said, it's clear we need new revenue tools. And I think Councillor Wilson, Maureen Wilson's motion some time ago to explore that area could bear some fruit. You recall, Your Worship, that the Cap and Trade was providing almost $6 billion in assistance to municipalities to retrofit and build. That, of course, was eliminated at one point. And ironically, the lawsuit cost the province a lot of money. So my sense is we need a lot more information. We need to get a further sort of sense of what the net impact is, and we need to dissect that going forward as we work. The scary figure that Mr. Zakaric mentioned of our having to provide potentially 260 million matching dollars. That would represent a 20% tax increase. That obviously, given the affordability crisis that we've declared, would not make hell of a lot of sense. Those are my comments. Looking forward to more information and a dissection of that information, Your Worship.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Danko, could you take the chair, please?
Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Thanks very much. I'm not going to belabor the point. I think it was an excellent summary that GM Garrett provided, and so I appreciate that was requested. It's complicated stuff. It's something that everyday folks might not, have a lot of kind of knowledge about and history in and all of those things. What I can assure you, though, is that the federal government knows very well the problem that this is going to bring to the city of Hamilton particularly, and of the 19 municipalities over, I thought it was 17, but if it's 19, fine, over the entire country, the ones in Ontario are the ones that are most negatively impacted. And of course, we have a large proportion of the 19 or so, over 300,000 municipalities. And so how can the federal government design a program that's supposed to help us build more housing more quickly, where almost half of the municipalities in the country are not going to be able to take advantage of it, because it actually puts us in a worse fiscal position. And I have said this directly to the minister. So I need you to know that. I said it to the minister twice. I said it to him at the FCM. And then, of course, our staff did the homework, and I'm so grateful for the diligence of our staff, because by the time I got to AMO, surprisingly, the federal minister, Minister Fraser, showed up at AMO to the Ontario big city mayors to have a Q&A. And at that point, I had the information, I had the bones of that report, because I asked for it and I received it, and I'm very appreciative. At that point, I was able to share the data, to share the numbers, share the facts with the minister and all of the other mayors that were in the room. All of those big city mayors are big city mayors, right? Anyways, they don't all hit the 300,000 threshold, but at the end of the day, it didn't affect their decision, which I find extremely, extremely troubling and disappointing. Having said that, I know that the same situation exists with, for example, Toronto, Ottawa, other municipalities, especially the older municipalities, frankly, who are not, big new growth municipalities, but are ones who are kind of dealing with old infrastructure burdens and new infrastructure. The DC situation is not the same across the country. So not every province has the same challenge. And it's almost like the challenge that we have here in Ontario, as was described by James Garrett, is being set aside as if it's not all that relevant, when in fact it's very, very, very relevant. And so some municipalities across the country are not as, flummoxed about all of this, but others are. And so it just depends on how they fund their infrastructure and what kind of legislation that they're responsible for or responsible to at the provincial level. But I have to say that when I brought that data to the big city mayors in August, with the ministers, as I was speaking to the minister, one of the things that was identified was how important that data is. And so the more that we have the data and provide it, that's good. That helps on the larger lobbying front. And so I wanted to let you know that that's been done. And we did send the information directly to the administrative staff at FCM, so that, because they were there as well, so that they could take that and encourage other municipalities to provide that evidence to continue the pushback on this particular piece. So I just wanted folks to know that that's what happened. So thanks, Councillor Danko. I'll take back the chair. Appreciate that. Are there any further? I don't see any further speakers to this. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. I really appreciate the comments around the table, including those shared by yourself. And I do think data is important. But if data was important, we may not be in the situation that we are presently faced. It's not ignorance of the fact. It's not wishing to bear the responsibility of the facts. And I guess my request is we are in, going forward, a continuous battle, if you will, for the hearts and minds of residents who continuously ask us, what are you doing about? And so I guess my request through you to staff is really leaning into that effort of making the language around these very things, which I think you started your comments by saying it's complicated stuff. Indeed it is, but really accessible. Because when we had this discussion at AFNA, there is a lot of newfound opinion, if I will, about DCs. And about the appropriateness of DCs. And it would be really helpful for this council, particularly come budget time, to have a clear articulation, as was explained by GM Zagaric at last week's AFNA, about kind of dissecting those theories, and that will effectively enable us to really put them where they need to be, which is perhaps not the front and center where they are presently at. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I don't see any further speakers. Councillor Nan?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just a question with the anticipated lobby days coming up on behalf of FCM to the federal government, where we'll be getting an opportunity to represent municipal voices from across the country with the federal government at the appropriate time. If it's the will of council, we could move a motion from this council to add our advocacy support for those lobby days to address this specifically. And that would then enable FCM to prioritize this topic and also encourage other councils across the country to join in the chorus to say that at the very least, the new CHIF funding needs to 100% cover the DC freeze impact onto municipalities, that there should be no condition under which municipalities should be transferring these costs onto our property taxes. So if that's an appropriate direction for council, it enables me then to work through the FCM arm, recognizing the work that you're doing through the big city mayors as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Then just to clarify, would that be something that you would want to, what's the timeline? Can it come as a notice today and as a motion the next council meeting?
Certainly. We have time to do that for the following council meeting.
Okay, that sounds good. Or GIC, or AFNA, I guess, if there's another AFNA cycle. Okay, Thanks very much. I'm sure you'll work with the clerks on that. Appreciate it. Okay, so I don't see any further comments on this report. So can we go to the vote then, please? There's nothing I'm missing on this, right? There's nothing that's been removed for separate? Okay. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to 6.6, Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 24-007, October 3rd, 2024. Councillor Alex Wilson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Emergency and Community Services Committee Report?
You may. I don't have my golden rod sheet of paper in front of me, so we'll see how I do off book, but it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wang that the Emergency and Community Services meeting and the reports contained there within be approved. And I think that's a plain language summary. I may not have got every word there, but that the items within the report and their contents be approved.
The recommendations be approved for sure. Okay, thanks very much. So that's moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Wang. Are there any items that in this report that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're on to 6.7A, English Public School Board by-election, voting methods and tabulating bylaw, FCS 24053, Ward 4. May I please have a motion to approve the recommendations within the report? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Any speakers on this? Councillor Francis, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Just want to speak real briefly to the alternatives for consideration. In light of our serious cyber security attack we've had, I do not have any interest in considering this alternative of internet voting, which could potentially jeopardize the democratic process. I think this is an unnecessary risk for our municipality and for our democracy. So I just want these comments noted on record. And I think it's important to highlight this in light of these new cybersecurity challenges presented to our local government. So we need to provide safe and fair elections to our residents. So I'll happily support the report as written and the trusted and proven effective methods which are in this report. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Wang, please.
Mayor, just to fresh off of Councillor Francis, I was actually going to recommend that we actually amend this report to actually include that. And the reason for the alternative is because this is a small microcosm. Ward 4 by-election is really just one ward. Likely we're going to see not as much turnout, but it's the midway point of this term. As we saw in the 2022 elections, there was a lot of increased interest in having this be an online potential voting, but it was too big. And I think that this is a real opportunity for us to test case and use a smaller sort of case study to really work out what the kinks are. I also trust that Clerk Trenum, who in his experience has already been doing this in other municipalities. And so this might be the real opportunity for us to consider and at least test in a smaller case study before we get to that 2026 election and work out the kinks ahead of time. So at the appropriate time, I was hoping to push an amendment which would actually ask this council to consider the alternative as part of the recommendation.
Okay, so don't know if we, so we do have a couple of other speakers, so can you kind of wordsmith all of that?
It's already.
It's already prepared?
It's already
Okay.
prepared.
So just in terms of process?
So if you'd like to move it now, you could see if there's a seconder, and then we could have discussion on the amendment.
Okay, all right.
Clerk, then, if that's the case, may I have that up on the screen just so that we can show the rest of council what the amendment would look like? And I think Councillor Nan was willing to second.
Okay, so here we have the amendment that's being moved by Councillor Wang and seconded by Councillor Nan, which makes it easy for me, Wang and Nan. Anyways, I'm sorry. And you can see it before you, that the motion be amended. Did you want to read it out, Councillor Wang?
I'd be happy to, Mayor. That the motion be amended to include the following clauses. A, that the use of optical scanning vote tabulators be approved for the purpose of counting votes cast during the 2025 Ward 4 by-election to fill the English Public School Board trustee vacancy. B, that the online voting be approved as an alternative voting method for the 2025 Ward 4 by-election to fill the English Public School Board trustee vacancy. And C, that the draft bylaw attached as Appendix A be prepared and provided to council as amended for consideration and approval.
Thank you. So any further discussion? What do we have on this amendment now? So it's the discussion on the amendment. So I have a number of speakers. Can I assume that they're on the amendment? So I have Councillor Cassar, Councillor Nan, Councillor Clark, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Danko. Correct? Please go ahead, Councillor Cassar.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. First, just a simple question, just for clarity for anyone watching, that the amendment would add an additional method of voting. It doesn't replace the traditional methods. If I could get staff to confirm that.
Clerk Trenum?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then Councillor Francis addressed his concern about security and put it in context of the cybersecurity incident that the city has had. So I was wondering through you, Mayor, if staff could just respond to that and speak to the security of it. Is it related to the cybersecurity incident we had, and then maybe any history of internet voting, pros and cons in other jurisdictions? Thank you.
Clerk Trenum, please go ahead.
So through you, Mayor, I mean, it's an excellent question. I can say I have used it in a previous municipality to great success. The way online voting works, in an era really where we're seeing declining voter turnout, it is my opinion that it really is crucial to provide residents with, more accessible and convenient voting options. And that can look like a number of different ways that have to really suit the municipality. In this particular case with internet voting, it can work two different ways. Or I should say there are two different models to it, one being a one-step method where every single member or eligible voter in the voting area would receive their voter letter, and within that there would be a code on that would allow them to log on to the site that when opened and allowed to cast your vote. You do that, you confirm some personal information about yourself already on the voters list, and you're allowed to cast your vote. Second being the two-step process where you still receive that voter letter. And again, that voter letter is what you bring to a poll just to cast your vote if you're voting in person as well. But in that case, you actually go on to a website and you register yourself to use online voting. You enter your own personal information. It confirms that you're on the voters list. It sends a message to your email that you've entered into it. You use that email in your registered account to cast your vote at a later time. That's the more common one that we're seeing these days based on a lot of recommendations with online voting that have come out of the last two cycles. Again, there have been a lot of studies on this that it doesn't necessarily increase the voter turnout more than a couple of percentage points. That being said, it's an accessibility piece. It does allow for that. And in this situation, I would agree that it is an excellent alternative to test for the city, given that it's one ward and just for the English Public School Board piece. In terms of the security, the third-party providers that offer this in Canada What we would have to do is go through our IT security checklist, of course. They're all hosted externally, cloud-based through their servers. They offer multi-factor authentication already and would have to be the same as any other product that the City of Hamilton would put out based on its current IT requirements. So it is not, even if it were to be approved today as an alternative voting method, that doesn't mean that we will necessarily use it, because it will be based on our ability to have a provider that can meet all of those requirements in time for us to put on the by-election.
Thanks, Clerk Trenum. Councillor Cassar?
Yeah, thank you very much, and answered my question very well, and I'll support the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Appreciating Councillor Cassar's questions and enabling Clerk Trenum to respond with his subject matter expertise as our city clerk. Happy to second the alternative, because yeah, at the end of the day, we also have a corporate standard to approach our public services with inclusion, diversity, equity, and access. And the service of running a municipal election needs to be also adhered to through that lens. And so there are many barriers that we have all heard to voting that our residents here in Hamilton have faced over a course of elections. And yeah, I think this is an absolutely critical opportunity for us not to take advantage of, in order to test out our capacity and see if it's possible for the next election as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Clark, please. Okay, thank you. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. And I say this respectfully to our new city clerk, Trenum, and his past experiences. I remember talking to other clerks over the last decade. I think it was London that implemented online voting at an additional cost at the general municipal election of $600,000 plus additional cost to taxpayers to try to implement online. I think the city of Burlington tried it 2 or 3 elections ago, and our roughly 35-36% turnout in Hamilton was pretty well matched by Burlington, and they had the ability for online voting. So, and I think Councillor Francis raises, in light of what we've been through this year, unprecedented times, I'm not willing to take a chance on this. I like the traditional aspect of how we vote. The federal provincial governments, to my knowledge, aren't implementing online voting. And, but I am for, Mayor Horvath, providing greater accessible opportunities through the traditional way of voting, i.e. extra voting stations, extra opportunities in various locales, in more locales within the ward and across the city for people to get out and vote. I think people, when they're committed to voting, they want to get out and will vote. And I just see this potentially not only fraught with some issues and downsides potentially, but again, I think at the end of the day, there will be an additional cost, and I'm not convinced that it will increase the turnout. So I'll be voting against the amendment. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think this was partially answered, but just confirmation that there's no concerns about the cost, the capacity of our staff, or the timeline in which to implement this. So I believe I heard the answer that if we do approve this, we may or may not actually implement because of those considerations. But if there's any other clarity from the clerk on the cost, the capacity, and the timelines.
Through you, Mayor Horvath. That's correct. So this is necessary for us to explore it as an option to implement. Doesn't mean that it'll be reasonable to do so. In terms of costs, this is a school board issue just for the trustees, so all reasonable costs actually go back to the school board, and we've provided them quotes that would be based on that. In this scenario, whichever third-party voting provider that we work with will be assisting us in either scenario, and the online voting cost should be minimal on top of what we were already doing, because we would already be utilizing a website piece. Again, it wouldn't be utilizing internal IT resources other than ensuring they're meeting requirements ahead of time. And we do, as part of that, have an IT individual who would be assigned to assist us through the process to make sure that even day of for in-person voting, that technology is working the way it's supposed to, and there to assist us and advise.
Thanks very much. Councillor Danko?
Thank you. And just one follow-up question on the cost. So you mentioned that the cost of this is borne by the school board. Do we already have that agreement? Is there anything additional that's needed, or is it flexible enough that if there is a slight additional cost, that they've already agreed to cover that?
So it's through the legislation, Mayor Horvath, and through you to the councillor, that they cover all reasonable costs for this. As leading up to that, there were some initial questions and estimates, and we provided those based on what we knew could be available, so they were comfortable with proceeding.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. Having run in a by-election myself, voter turnout is low. In a school board election, by-election will be even lower than that. So I think anything that we can do to help voter engagement, to increase turnout and make it easier for people to cast their ballots, especially in something where we know is going to already have a very low voter turnout, I think is nothing but a positive thing for our democratic institutions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. We have Councillor Clark for a second time, but I'd like to make one quick comment, if I may, as a first-time speaker, so I'll pass the chair over to Councillor Danko. You know, it's sometimes challenging to kind of make decisions where we're stepping out into a different realm. But I think sometimes about my personal experiences as a person that's knocked on doors. You know, things happen on election day. I can remember one election cycle. I think it was provincial, if I recall correctly, just thinking about where my family was at the time. And one of my siblings, I called them, I'm not going to say the gender, but I called them after the polls had closed to say, so you got out to vote for me? So you don't think you have to pull your own family on election day, right, to the polls. However, my sibling said, I just couldn't do it. I was so busy in the morning, and I couldn't go before work. I had to get the kids to school, and then they had this and this and this after school, and I couldn't get to the polls during that polling period. Now, I would like to believe that if my sibling had the option to vote online, they would have done that. But when I think about pulling people to the polls, which is part of the election process, at least for me, it always has been, you see all kinds of things go haywire in people's lives. So yes, there's the accessibility issue, and I'm really glad it was raised by Councillor Nan, but that accessibility is quite broad in terms of the demands on families. And when you have a situation where we have now, where some people are working 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet because of the economic situation that we're facing and the, you know, all the other labor market issues, which I'm not going to get into. But the point of the matter is, I think that if we can kind of launch a little experiment that maybe addresses some of these kinds of barriers, then we could be all the better for it, and we might decide that it's not for us. But the exploration, I think, is important, and I'm definitely supportive of the amendment, and look forward to hopefully being able to, you know, get to the point where we might be able to provide that option for folks. So thanks very much, Councillor Danko. I'll take the chair back, and we're going to Councillor Clark for a second time.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I just get clarification? What delegated authority does our city clerk have when it comes to running an election? In my time on council, I frequently heard discussions around the table about, well, we need to have another a poll at this location or that location, and there's pressure put on the clerk. I've always felt uncomfortable about that because I think it's the clerk's job. I think we're authorizing the clerk to run a by-election. The clerk decides how he's going to run the by-election. Is the delegated authority that we provide between our own bylaws in the city and perhaps the act from the municipality, does it go that broad? Can we simply say, okay, the school board has asked for a vote or a by-election. Clerk, please run the by-election. And the clerk decides what happens.
That's a good point, Councillor Clark. Thank you. Clerk Trenum?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor. So the authority isn't a delegated one. It comes direct from the Municipal Elections Act that essentially says the clerk is responsible for running the election in many, many more words than that, of course, as well as references in other pieces of legislation, whether that's the Election Act or the Education Act or the Municipal Act and otherwise. This is the one thing that I am required to come to council for before an election, and that is council approves the voting technology and whether or not the municipality is authorized to do alternative voting. Beyond that, everything else rests with the clerk.
Thank you.
I was hoping for an out. I'm teasing.
Thanks, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, clerk. I'll support the motion.
Thanks very much. I don't believe that we have any further speakers to this matter. So we will then put the vote forward.
So this will be the vote on the amendment.
On the amendment. On the amendment. And that carries 12-3. Thanks very much. So then I think that is there a balance then of the report that needs to be approved?
Correct. That's now the report as amended.
And the report as amended then. I don't know if there's any further discussion that folks want on the broader report, but I don't see any. So we'll go to the vote. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much, all. Let's see, we are now going to rise from Committee of the Whole. Councillor Danko, may I please have that motion to rise from Committee of the Whole?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that Committee of the Whole rise as council to report and confirm the actions taken in Committee of the Whole.
Have that vote up, please. Thank you. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to section 7 on the agenda, which is motions. The first motion is 7.1, confirming the municipal partnership between the City of Hamilton and the Hamilton Conservation Authority for the Salt Fleet Conservation Area Wetland Restoration Program. Councillor Clark, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. It's my pleasure. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Craig Kassar, who also sits on the Conservation Authority with me. Confirming the municipal partnership between the City of Hamilton and the Hamilton Conservation Authority for the Salt Fleet Conservation Area Wetland Restoration Program. Whereas the Hamilton Conservation Authority, in fulfilling the requirements of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund, a Local Leadership Climate Adaptation Fund, that's the longest named fund I've seen, funding application requires confirmation of its municipal partnership with the City of Hamilton for the Salt Fleet Conservation Area Wetland Restoration Program. Therefore, be it resolved that Council confirms the municipal partnership between the City of Hamilton, the Hamilton Conservation Authority for the Salt Fleet Conservation Area Wetland Restoration Program to support the requirements of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund Local Leadership Climate Adaptation Fund funding application. Wow. I can't even try the acronym on that one, not to diminish the program. Mayor, this is really more of a housekeeping because we've already been established in this partnership. The City of Hamilton, with the royalties that we received from the landfill, spent $2 million on the acquisition of lands in the Salt Fleet Conservation Area. That money prompted another $2 million from the Heritage Green Community Trust and it prompted $750,000 from the Hamilton Conservation Authority and the Hamilton Conservation Foundation. On top of that, the Heritage Green Community Trust added an additional $2 million to help create the wetlands that are now functioning, at least the first one is. And I know my colleague, Councillor Matt Francis, also a member of the Conservation Authority Board, is very pleased that this program is functioning because it has already reduced the amount of waters that are flowing over the Devil's Punch Bowl, which ultimately reduces the flooding in Lower Stony Creek. So this is a demonstration of in my humble opinion, both a climate change mitigation and abatement program. The flooding in Lower Stony Creek, when I used to represent that area of the ward, could be quite significant. And we had significant erosion problems along those creeks. And we were looking at spending millions of dollars just to shore up the property along that creek. What this program that we started with the Conservation Authority did is really minimizing that flooding in Lower Stony Creek, but also creating an entirely new biodiverse wetland and ecosystem in Upper Stony Creek. So it's really a win-win. We'd like to take advantage of this partnership, which is why we're asking for this confirmation, so that we can get funding that is available to us from the federal government that will help us build the next wetland, and on we will go until we get all of them completed. So I thank Mayor for your support on this program and my colleagues around this table, as well as the colleagues who sit on the Conservation Authority. This has been an exciting program for our staff at the Hamilton Conservation Authority and for Public Works staff. They're thrilled to see that we're taking on this initiative, which is really helping the municipality. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. So I don't see any further speakers at this point on this motion, but I would like to say something, so I'll pass it over to Councillor Danko again.
Go ahead.
So thank you. So I had the opportunity to visit the wetland. I was invited by the Conservation Authority to get a sense of what's gone on up there, and I can tell you it was absolutely amazing what has happened up there. And I think that anybody who has a chance around this council table, fall will be a perfect time actually to go and visit. Take an hour or two, or you might end up with 4 hours because you might walk all the way to the Punch Bowl to see what's happening there. But the transformation is absolutely stunning. And the idea that the Conservation Authority, with the help of all of these organizations led by local councillors around the table, in collaboration with staff and with the Conservation Authority staff, that had the vision to create this space and facilitate nature taking over, to deal with some of the climate challenges that we have, and some of the public works challenges we have around flooding. I was amazed. I mean, I really, really was amazed. And I think about sometimes, you think, I used to think, not now, not in recent years, but in the past, that you can never kind of replace what you've already taken away from nature. But what this wetland really shows is that, in fact, you can. I mean, we happened to see a whole, gaggle, I guess, of geese, or a whole bunch of ducks, or some big group of birds just came and landed in the pond. We saw a birder who was completely taken aback by a particular bird that landed in one of the trees nearby. He had his camera, and he was taking pictures, and it is really something else. And what is the road? Can you remind me what the road is? Which concession? Is it a concession? First Road East. So travel up to First Road East. It's hard to see. Apparently better signage is coming. But there's a place to park your car, or if you want to ride your bike there, it is something to see. And I would just encourage members of council to really experience what that space is now compared to what it was before. So I just want to say accolades to yourself, Councillor Clark, for your leadership, Councillor Francis, and other councillors who have been involved, as well as the Conservation Authority and our own staff. It's quite inspirational, actually. So I'll take that chair back then, Councillor Danko. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you for your comments, Mayor, and I really appreciate the fact that you took the time out of your incredibly busy schedule to visit this with HCA staff. I was remiss. Scott Peck, who is our Deputy CAO, and he has a long title also, I can't remember, but he's the engineer, and he was the fella many, many years ago who had the concept in his mind as to what we could do with lands over here. And so his vision helped propel the Conservation Authority to take these steps and acquire these lands. And it's been a long process. This didn't happen overnight. And we still have many, many years left to go. But I want to thank Scott for that incredible vision. Engineers do an awful lot of difficult work in our society. Here's an engineer that had the vision, the glimmer of hope that you could create a wetland that would actually help prevent flooding below. I am truly grateful to him for that vision, because what you experience now, and I'm hoping many others will experience over the Thanksgiving weekend, is just how absolutely glorious this land has become. And it's hard to put into words until you actually see it. I used to tease Scott because every time we would take a tour there, birds would come, and I would ask him, did you arrange that bird? Was someone hiding and throwing that bird? It's absolutely amazing to see when you're standing there and nature just comes. It's fantastic. So thank you, Scott, for all your effort and your vision.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I don't see any further speakers on this motion, so if we could go to the vote then, please. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Excuse me. We're on to now the next motion, which is 7.2, the Red Hill Valley Joint Stewardship Board resignation. Councillor Cassar, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by me, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that council accept Councillor Clark's and Councillor Francis's resignation from the Red Hill Valley Joint Stewardship Board, effective immediately.
Thanks very much. Is there any speaker to this particular item? I think we have Councillor Wang. Councillor Wang, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to add an amendment to this particular motion. And the reason for this amendment, and I'll read it out loud. I'll also ask you if clerks can put it onto the screen so everyone can also see. I'll start reading it, and then once it comes up, that staff be directed to report back to General Issues Committee on the implications of the resignations from the Red Hill Valley Joint Stewardship Board and on the operations of the board, and an analysis of next steps for council's consideration, taking into account the terms and conditions of the Haudenosaunee-Hamilton-Red Hill agreements. And the reason for this, Mayor, is to just add an additional bit of direction, because with the Joint Stewardship Board, it is imperative, as we are talking about the Red Hill Valley, having the good work of both Councillor Clark and Councillor Francis resigning from this board, it does place into a little bit of challenge as to how we might want to move this forward. It is a big council priority for us to think about it from a lot of different angles, but it does raise a lot of questions and ability to move forward. So this is the reason for adding this particular bit of direction to this particular motion. I currently do not have a seconder, but I'm hoping for a seconder on this. Councillor Jeff Beattie, please.
Councillor Jeff Beattie, are you seconding that motion, Councillor Jeff Beattie? Thank you so much. So that's so that amendment, that amendment is moved by then Councillor Wang and seconded by Councillor Beattie. So we'll go with the amendment and see if there are any speakers.
Point of order, Mayor Horvath, if I might please. I see that as an entirely different motion, that we should just accept the resignations if that's what we're going to do. And then that's an entirely different direction with a lot of consequences behind it that shouldn't be necessarily tied in with the two gentlemen that wish to just simply resign from the board. Just my thought. Thanks for hearing my point of order. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. I'm going to look to Clerk Trenum to kind of give a position on whether this should be part of the resignation motion or a separate motion.
So I'd advise you, Mayor, that it is in order, but can be done either way. There's no issue with doing it separately. So if that's the request and the mover and seconder are comfortable with that, then we can accept the motion and then deal with this separately.
Is that all right with the mover and seconder, that we keep it clean as was requested and then put a separate motion forward?
Sure. Mayor, just wanted to understand then, following the ratification of this particular motion, could we then go to the amendment right away, or do I have to do this as a notice or any? Okay.
It flows from the existing motion, so it should be able to be.
Yes, then
put
if that's the will of council, I'm happy to pull that out as a separate motion then.
All right, is that all right with folks? Councillor Cassar, that's good. Councillor Beattie? Okay, so then we'll go with the resignation on its own. The motion from Councillor Cassar, when that one's up. Oh, sorry, the speakers, I'm so sorry. So we'll erase that one. So we had Councillor Francis and then Councillor Clark. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, fellas.
Yeah, no worries. Just a comment from me. I'm grateful for the time I've had serving on the Joint Stewardship Board and having the opportunity to gain a greater understanding and working with Indigenous individuals on a variety of issues. At this time, I'm also resigning, as you know, and there are many councillors around this table who care deeply about the work in reconciliation and understanding. Now that we're at the 2-year mark of council, I believe we have a variety of councillors or community members working in collaboration with the JSB that would be of paramount importance. And I'm happy to pave the way to allow other councillors or individuals in the community to hear many perspectives and bring their own considerations to the JSB as well. And I just wanted to end by saying a big thank you to Councillor Wang for her work on this file, and she's handled herself with tremendous courage and integrity. She's taken on so much responsibility and recently chairing the previous meeting. So thank you, Councillor Wang, for your dedication and hard work.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Francis, for your comments. I have served on the Joint Stewardship Board, I believe, every term that I sat on this council. That's how long back. We have created 2 new gathering spots in the Red Hill Valley, which were the direct consequences of the work of the Joint Stewardship Board. For everyone's benefit, there are 3 councillors that sit on this board and 3 Haudenosaunee representatives that sit on the board. There are 6, I wouldn't call them contracts, agreements between the municipality and the city of Hamilton that created the Joint Stewardship Board. The Joint Stewardship Board's scope is the Red Hill Valley and the Red Hill Valley only. The Joint Stewardship Board provides comments to the municipality and encourages work within the Red Hill Valley to celebrate the Red Hill Valley. In more recent years, I have found an inordinate amount of time being taken up at the Joint Stewardship Board discussing items that have no bearing on the Red Hill Valley. I understand the concerns of the Haudenosaunee representatives, and they would like to see the city of Hamilton have a larger agreement that deals with many items beyond the Red Hill Valley. For example, they wanted to comment on the Coots Paradise. They wanted to comment on the Link expansion proposal, the EA, drainage issues down below in the East End. And we have spent an inordinate amount of time trying to keep the organization looking at the scope and responsibility of the Joint Stewardship Board within the Red Hill Valley. Councillor Wang has taken on the job of chairing the meetings when they are in Hamilton, and then when we are at Six Nations, a Haudenosaunee member does that. But quite frankly, I am extremely busy with other files, and to go to a meeting and sit there while we hear discussions and debate about items that have no bearing on the Joint Stewardship Board, I can't do it anymore. I simply can't. I am too busy. If the Joint Stewardship Board wanted to deal solely with the Red Hill Valley and they concentrated on that in the discussions, I would still be on the board. It's not happening, so I am respectfully requesting the resignation be accepted by this council. And I wish the JSB well, but I would urge them, there are agreements which created the Joint Stewardship Board. Those agreements create terms of reference and scope for the JSB in the Red Hill Valley. That should be the concentration and nothing else. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I don't see any further speakers on this item, so we'll go to the vote on the motion for the resignation, to accept the resignations of Councillor Francis and Councillor Clark. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Now I'm going to turn to Councillor Wang, as we had agreed that we'll take that amendment into a separate motion, and we'll have that that motion.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, perhaps I could ask the clerks to put it back up on the screen. It is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Beattie. This is essentially direction, asking for staff to report back to general issues. As we have just heard, the Joint Stewardship Board is meant to work together and in collaboration on the well-being of the Red Hill Valley. And I think with this change, I think I would like to understand a little bit better what are the implications. So my hope is that council will adopt this secondary motion to ask for more information back. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. So that's moved by Councillor Wang and seconded by Councillor Jeff Beattie. And we'll get a speakers list up. And can I just say that as we go into this discussion, there's some folks that look like they are wanting to speak to this, perhaps, that we stay on the topic of what's before us, which is the motion to ask the staff to bring back information at a GIC where we will likely have a more fulsome debate. So thanks very much for that. We have Councillor McMeekin. Please go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. My question is a simple one. What staff person will have carriage of the review? I'd like to have some input in the process, and I need to know who to speak to about it.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. We'll send that over to the City Manager.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor. So it's a team effort in terms of that review. I would be a part of that review. Our GM of Public Works, Carlisle Ken, would be a part of that review. Grace Mater, and then our Indigenous Relations team, and as well we have legal input.
Sounds like everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Thanks, City Manager Clucky. Councillor Clark, please.
I'm having a little bit of challenge with the term implications. The implications of 2 resignations means that 2 additional councillors step up and step into the role with fresh blood, fresh experience. That's the implication of the resignation. There's nothing more than that. if this process shines a light on the Joint Stewardship Board, which Mayor, you know this because your staff help with the committee meetings, that like our staff help guide and provide information to the 3 city members. That's a lot of people in senior leadership that are trying to help us get through this process. I think it's important that the council have a good understanding of what the responsibilities are for the Joint Stewardship Board. And I think it's important that they understand how many times attempts have been made to change the scope, to get us to communicate, to deal with items that are not within the authority. It would be akin to sitting on the Hamilton Conservation Authority and the Conservation Authority sticking their nose into the finances of the city of Hamilton and saying, yep, we want to be involved with these discussions. You have a terms of reference, you have a scope, and that's what you need to stick to. If there's a desire to negotiate with the chiefs and clan mothers beyond the scope of the JSB, then bring that to the mayor and bring that to the city manager. But the only thing that the resignations from this committee causes is 2 new people will need to step up to fulfill that role. I think the motion beyond that in terms of implication is well written. We need, the 3 of us have been struggling to deal with this by ourselves as the Joint Stewardship Board. And it has been incredibly challenging. At one point, Mayor, we were told we could not bring city staff to a meeting. So the 3 councillors who do not have the authority of council are sitting in a meeting with 3 Haudenosaunee members who have the support and authority of the Haudenosaunee community, but we don't. And we're trying to deal with items without staff, without the institutional knowledge, without the understanding of some of the bylaws that are it became truly problematic. So I think Councillor Wang's motion is a good motion, but it's not going to change my resignation from it. Like I said, Mayor, it is incredibly frustrating to go to a committee and you spend all your time talking about items that are not within the scope of the committee. And that's what we were experiencing, respectfully.
Thank you, Councillor Clark, and thank you both again for your work on that committee. It's been a challenge, there's no doubt, as well as the work of Councillor Wang. Councillor Jackson, please.
Interesting times, Mayor Horwath. Some may have forgotten, and obviously the new members of council would not have a clue, but I served for 1 term on the JSB from 06 to 10 during that term of council. And I guess I would say that my experience there was, it was a calmer time, I will say that, and it seemed to be a more collaborative time and a more focused time on what the terms of reference and mandate was, and was right around the time of the opening of the Red Hill Valley Parkway in November of 2007. And hence the JSB was founded, and with the term of reference to ensure that there was appropriate recognition of the Indigenous tribes and communities of our area as we went along with further possible amenities in the Red Hill Valley. My question, I'm very supportive, and I thank Councillor Huang for bringing this forward, and I thank her again for separating it. It seemed to me that representatives, and it could have just been, not by design, but just the way it happened, but I thought it may have been part of the terms of reference. So staff, I'm just leaving it with you if this gets approved. It seemed to me that one of the 4 wards that surrounded the Red Hill Valley were the ones, 3 of the 4 would be representative from council, wards 4, 5, 6, and 9. because we surrounded the Red Hill Valley from east, west, north, and south, top to bottom. Now, that may no, and I look today to the ones that are departing, Ward 5, Ward 9, and Ward 4 is remaining. So maybe we just want to, Mayor Horvath, between your office and city staff, just confirm that if there's going to be 2 replacements, now that Wards 5 and 9 will not be replacing themselves, is the terms of reference flexible enough that allows other members of council that have a deep desire to serve? That could have just been something that happened by practice over these last 17, 18 years of the JSB, but something tells me that there was something specific that was necessary in the terms of reference, because those councillors representing their constituents surrounding the Red Hill Valley would probably be most appropriate working with representatives from Six Nations to come to decisions, outcomes, and conclusions. So that would just be something that I would humbly suggest maybe could be verified, as other members from different parts of wards and cities may wish to come forward to serve. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. And my understanding is that, in fact, there is no such specificity. Well, and I'm sick, right? So I'm home. There is no such specificity in the terms. My understanding is, but this is why it's important to have this motion, I think, move us forward. And I would just say, if I could pass it over to Councillor Danko really briefly. I just want to say, I think the word implications wasn't meant to in any way be pejorative around the councillors who are withdrawing. I think rather it's exactly what Councillor Jackson's getting at. Like, what are, like, let's have a look back at what are the terms, and how do we, go from a place that's kind of fraught right now to a place that perhaps can be more productive within the existing terms around the valley, and this board being put together to deal with the agreements that are part of the Red Hill Valley. So that's all I really have to say. I'll take the chair back, Councillor Danko, and see if there's any further speakers. And seeing none, we will go to the vote. Thank you, Councillor Wang, for bringing it forward, and Councillor Jeff Beattie for seconding. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much, all. So 50, is it 15-0 then? With Councillor Pauls included? Okay. Thanks, Councillor Pauls. Good eye. Okay, so we're now on to notices of motion. And the item is 8.1, Service Manager Consent for Kiwanis Nonprofit Homes, Inc. Councillor Pauls, may I please have the motion to waive the rules?
Yes, it is moved by myself and second by Councillor Kassar that the motion to rule of order be allowed.
Okay, so the motion is that the rules of order be waived.
Be allowed to be.
That's up as a vote, please. Waiving of the rules.
Sorry, Mayor?
I'm sorry.
I might have missed it, but I didn't hear a purpose for waiving the rules.
Oh. The purpose is because this is very urgent. It's about housing, and it's about Hamilton East Kiwanis Nonprofit Homes. They received a grant from not a grant, they received the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation approximately $30 million, and we need to require a service manager to consent to the encumber of the property. So it must be done right away. We want to build homes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. And so that vote has been had or not? Okay, so we'll go then with those reasons identified to the request to waive the rules. There it is. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much.
And
now we'll go on to the motion. Councillor Pauls, could you please present
thank
the
you,
motion?
Mayor. And this, like I said, is very important that we have this motion. And our House Secretariat is here, Justin Lewis. If you have any question, you could direct it right to him, okay? Thank you. Okay, it's moved by myself and second by Councillor Kassar. And I will read the motion, I'll tell you all of it. Whereas Council August 12, 2022 approved service manager consent for Hamilton East Kiwanis Nonprofit Homes, Inc. To redevelop and intensify the land at 1540 Upper Wentworth in Hamilton. That's Ward 7. Hamilton East Kiwanis Nonprofit Home, Inc. has been awarded funding from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation of approximately $30 million and will require service manager consent to encumber the property. Hamilton East Kiwanis Nonprofit Income may receive additional grants and contribution toward the development that will require service manager consent to encumber the property with expedient approvals. Whereas Council on September 25th, 2024 delegated the authority to the General Manager of Service Manager consent for Victoria Park to encumber properties up to 75% of their value, and this is of the essence of Hamilton East Kiwanis Nonprofit Home, Inc. to secure the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation funding. So therefore, let it be resolved that the General Manager of Health and Safety Communities be delegated to authority to provide service manager consent under the Housing Service Act 2011 to Hamilton East Kiwanis Nonprofit Home, Inc. to mortgage 1540 Upper Wentworth as deemed appropriate by the General Manager to maximum amount of the mortgage which shall not exceed 75% of the value of each property at the date of request, and that the General Manager of Health and Safety Community be authorized to enter the executive any auxiliary agreements and documents necessary to give effect to the service manager consent for Hamilton East Kiwanis Nonprofit Homes, Inc. And this is an emergency. We need to do it right away. So if you have any question.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. Appreciate that. So moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Kassar. Let's see, we have a speakers list starting with Councillor Danko, then followed by Councillor Danko will be Councillor Clark, and then Councillor Nan. Please go ahead, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mayor. Just thinking back, I recall we had a delegation from Kiwanis, and I thought that we already made amendments to the recommendation and already did this. Am I misremembering, or?
Councillor Clark, thank you, or Councillor Danko, thank you. Director Lewis, please.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Danko. Specific to your question, I can say that, and through the chair, we have Pilar Homerston here from Housing Services that have been dealing with the specificities of this contract. Got it. So I will pass it to Pilar to answer that question for you, Councillor Danko.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Through the Mayor to the Councillor, Clara Homerston, Manager of Social Housing. This motion truly is a housekeeping item to provide the necessary service manager consent to accept the CMHC funding and register on title. As mentioned in the original report that was approved in 2022 and included in the business case, but not explicitly requested at that time. So the urgency of this request is to ensure that Kiwanis is able to continue proceeding and not be delayed just with this technicality.
Thanks, Councillor Danko.
Thank you. So understanding this is a housekeeping amendment that's required to apply what was approved at committee. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Danko. Anything further? No. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor, if I could hear from the service manager or from our housing secretariat, how do we verify that the provider is capable of servicing the debt that is being proposed here?
Pilar, through the chair, I'll have Pilar answer that. Thank you.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. There is a business pro forma that has been submitted from East Kiwanis that demonstrates their ability to service their debt service coverage ratio. We have reviewed that with the potential funding sources identified and can confirm that it is above the recommended 1.1 that would be typical for a loan.
Thank you. And can I ask, the encumbrance, you're basically attaching a lien to properties that have had their mortgage paid off, and so now you're utilizing that equity to assist as collateral for a new loan for new properties. Is that correct?
Please go ahead.
Through the chair to the councillor, this property has substantially been paid off. There is a small mortgage remaining for until 2026. However, significant equity since that. They will be registering this loan on title, and CMHC has agreed to take second postponement on this title.
Thank you. And just a quick comment to Kiwanis. You know, here's an organization who has not paid off the actual mortgage on the property, but understanding the urgency of the housing crisis, worked hard to find the ways and means to advance new development for geared to income housing before the mortgage is paid off. And we need to acknowledge the fact that they did this of their own volition. They saw the need and they looked at the properties that they have and figured out that there was a way for them to help move forward, and we need to congratulate them for that. So absolutely, I'll support this, and I thank Kiwanis for doing the work that they did. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I don't see any other further speakers on the list, so we could then go to the vote on this motion, please. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much. So we're now at statements by members, right? Item 9. And just to kind of recap where we are, we have statements by members, we have council communications updates, and then we have private and confidential. So I'm just wanting to get a sense, it's 12:15. Folks want to just keep plowing forward for now, see where we end up after statements by members, and then go from there? Okay, and we do, just a reminder, we do have 2 items now in closed session. Councillor Wilson.
I just want to make sure, Mayor, that I understood your question and instruction. I would prefer a break after member statements, if possible.
Okay. That's fine. I think it's a matter of going through that member statements process, and then we'll make the decision. Okay, so we'll start we'll open the list for statements by members. So please, as is our custom, identify with the clerks your desire to share a member statement, and we'll start with Councillor Beattie. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for getting my name right. I appreciate that.
Councillor Jeff Beattie. Sorry, Councillor Jeff Beattie.
It's the joke that just keeps giving. I wanted to just circle back to item 6.7 insofar as I didn't think it was appropriate to speak about the topic that I'd like to speak about, which is the longest serving and possibly the longest serving elected official in the entire province, which is Trustee Ray Mulholland, who stepped aside recently and has as a result, brought about the by-election, and we were talking about the structural components of the by-election, so I didn't think it was appropriate. But I wanted to acknowledge Ray's service. I had the great opportunity to serve alongside Ray for my term with the HWDSB. And I'd consider him a friend, despite the fact that we mostly disagreed on most things. But it was part of his charm, I would argue, Mayor, that we might disagree, but he was, to coin the phrase that Councillor McMeekin often uses, he was never particularly disagreeable, although from time to time. I had the great opportunity, Mayor, to spend an afternoon with Ray when I was vice chair of the board, and we visited every school in his ward, and we zipped around in his tiny little 5-speed puddle jumper of a car, as he referred to it. And he knew every story, every staff member, every molecular detail of every school in his ward. And I want to publicly thank Ray for his service. I am 100% certain he is not watching online right now. He's very analog, but I do thank Ray for his service, and I think that the folks in Ward 4 that he served are all the better for his many years of service. Now back to Stoney Creek, Mayor. Last week, had the great pleasure of attending the Stoney Creek Chamber of Commerce 75th anniversary and community awards, along with my colleagues, Councillor Francis and Councillor Tattison. Had the incredible honor of sharing the impact that this important Stoney Creek institution has had for 75 years. It's actually managed to grow its membership in the last few years. Mayor, you were at the AGM with myself, and we heard the good numbers, despite the fact that we're admittedly in some strong negative economic headwinds. So I think that speaks to the strength of the chamber. In particular, Mayor, I'd like to offer congratulations to Ward 10 resident and a person involved in nearly everything, John Van Duzer, who was awarded the honor of Stoney Creek Citizen of the Year, or King of the Creek, as he self-proclaimed himself to be. Also, congratulations, Mayor. I would like to offer to Faro International, which is based in Ward 10. You see them right along the QEW as you're driving past. One of Canada's largest and most innovative modular building manufacturers, winner of the large business category, and a very proud female-led corporation. So my congrats to Sabrina and her team for their contribution in this growing industry and their excellence in this space. And lastly, Mayor, looking forward to Sunday, October 20th at Lake Point Park in Winona for our annual Halloween Bash. I've been taking place there for nearly 20 years, I think. I've been involved for about 17. And it's a whole lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to this great family-friendly event again. And that concludes my speaking notes for today.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Pauls, please.
I'm glad John Van Duzer had the award because he was involved with the Joy and Hope by Haiti with me, went to Haiti, and he was my campaign manager. So anyways, congratulations to him. I just want to say that tonight, I am proud to address the new, on behalf of the police board, the new hire ceremony, and it's a Winona Wines Estate. We're going to 35 sworn officers, 11 civilian, and 17 special constable. So I think it's going to be exciting to address them, and I'm going to feel really safe in there. So anyways, the next thing I want to say, which is very important to me, Wayside. Step up for Wayside Walk at Bay Farm Park on Saturday, October 19th at 9 a.m. The walk is for men in recovery. All money raised will support vital recovery programs and increase access to life-saving addiction treatment. I want you to know that I've been involved with the Wayside for the last 4 years, and we started the run together. And I've been there so many times, and I see so much hope in there, the recovery part. So if you have time on October 19th at 9 a.m., I'd be honored if you come and just walk. Walk among these men that have recovered from addiction. It will inspire you, it really will. So if you're able to come, please come. If you're able to donate, please donate, whatever you can do. And so thank you for that. And the last thing I want to say It's tomorrow night at, dinner will be at 6, door open at 5. It's going to be a concert and dinner. It's called Love Lifted Me with the Overcomers, and it's going to be at the Hamilton Convention Center. I wanted you to know that when we started this, we thought maybe we'd get 100 people. You know what? We have over 750 people coming, all excited. And the money goes to Hopefield. They're opening 24 more beds for the most vulnerable people. And I know it's in Councillor Wilson's ward. It's a jewel. Everybody needs to go and see it. It's amazing. So October 10th, fundraiser dinner concert. You will not be disappointed. There's only a few more tickets left because our max is 800. So if you haven't bought your ticket, make sure you go. You buy it, go online, and hope to see you there. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. I am so proud of the councillors that are coming, that are able to come. I know some of you can't, and I want to say thank you because it means a lot for you to take time to pay the money and to come. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to offer my regrets. I was unable to attend the coronation of His Majesty John Van Duzer in Stony Creek. You know, I'm thinking back to the year 2000 when amalgamation happened. We're not supposed to use that A word in here. It's actually an unparliamentary word that is now listed just so that everyone understands. But Stony Creek went from losing the municipality to gaining a king. So in all seriousness, you know, John has touched so many community groups across this municipality. Absolutely amazing. His energy. I am so thrilled that he was acknowledged in the manner that he was as Citizen of the Year. I regret that I could not attend because I was chairing the Hamilton Conservation Authority meeting, so I do appreciate the members around this table that attended that function. I think that's one of the first ones I've ever missed, and it's a great event. So congratulations to all of the winners in that Stony Creek Citizen of the Year awards. Mayor, I have 2 town halls that are coming up. There's a little beaver here. October 30th, we will be having a town hall meeting to discuss traffic management and parking. That will be taking place at the Salvation Army Church at 300 Paramount Drive from 6 until 8 o'clock. Ward 9 is not unlike all of the other wards in the city where we are having lots of issues with speeding and aggressive driving, which is causing concerns for pedestrian safety across the ward. This meeting will have city staff there from traffic management as well as parking to provide some understanding and guidance to the residents so they can understand how to help us improve the safety of their community, which is really important. It's not about the City of Hamilton edict to say this is how we're going to make your community safe. It has to be organic. It has to come up from the community. So there will be lots of discussion at that meeting. So I encourage people to come October 30th for the traffic management and parking town hall. The next Ward 9 town hall is November the 29th. And I thank our finance staff. They will be attending, and it will be a budget town hall so that residents can hear from our staff in terms of where we are with our fiscal challenges as a municipality, where we are going, and again, the role that individual members of the community can play in helping us understand the impacts of the financial restraints that people are experiencing. So I look forward to that. I understand that we will be headed into our budget talks shortly. The mayor is nodding at me, so I know it's around the corner. Once again, that town hall will be at the Salvation Army, 300 Paramount Drive. I encourage residents from Ward 9 to attend that budget town hall. just to share their thoughts, experiences, and hear from our staff in terms of some of the challenges that we are experiencing. And some of them we talked about today. It's very complicated, as the mayor said. And there are senior levels of government that are making changes that have a direct impact on property taxes, and the residents need to understand that. So I thank all the residents who came out to the last one. It was about policing and crime in Upper Stony Creek. I really appreciate Chief Bergen setting that up with 4 different police officers who came out to speak to it. They talked about traffic, they talked about the crime report and the statistics in Ward 9. That was very enlightening. And they talked about a number of issues in terms of how residents can make their home safer. And so I really thank the officers who came out and spent a couple of hours with us. It is very important that they had that opportunity to hear from residents and provide input to the residents. Thank you. Those are all my town halls for the current time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Nam, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few comments, if I could. The first one, just a big congratulations to Public Works staff in Environmental Services and Horticulture, as well as the summer students who did an absolutely outstanding job in putting together the 104th Mum Show. The theme is Candyland, and we have a few more days to enjoy it, so encouraging everybody to buy your tickets online and head over to Green Houses in Gage Park. I had the pleasure of cutting the ribbon with Councillor Jackson last Thursday and enjoying a fizzy and very sweet mocktail that was available. This year, the Mum Show is really set up to encourage people to linger, enjoy the space. There's a great cafe, Candy Works is selling candy, but really the detail and the creativity that our staff have put on display this year and every year that I've enjoyed going to the Mum Show is really something we should all be celebrating, encouraging everybody around the table to go, and also folks in the community. And finally, congratulations to all the gardeners who put in so much care and attention to assembling some of the most gorgeous front yards. I wish I had the dedication, and one day maybe I will. But they've been recognized this year with their white, pink, and red trillium homes, and that was also our opportunity on Thursday, was to be there and congratulate those homeowners. Also wanted to say thank you again to staff in engineering, design, planning, and the LRT office who co-hosted a Wilson and Sherman Roadworks community meeting. This is a substantive infrastructure project going in that is helping move some of the water mains that will be impacted by the LRT line construction and getting all those pieces in place in advance of the work that will take place on King Street. It is going to be disruptive, but the way in which our staff were able to respond to every single question that residents had about the impact of the construction period, some questions around accommodation. I just want to reemphasize, the team have done a really diligent job of thinking through in advance what our residents might need in terms of accommodations, especially some of the great feedback we got on the phase 1 and phase 2 of the Sherman Avenue reconstruction. Just a really great reassurance to our residents that our team, our staff are really working in a way that they want the construction to contribute to a good neighborhood vibe as well, recognizing that it will be quite substantive in terms of the dig, in terms of the full reconstruction that's going to take place on Wilson, with some works on Ashley, Wentworth, and on Sherman Avenue as well. So thanks again to the team. And then 2 more really important upcoming meetings in Ward 3. One is a Ward 1, 2, 3, 4 joint meeting with staff on the Barton Street Functional Design Community Meeting taking place on the 17th that evening from 6:30 to 8:30, taking place at the Westinghouse headquarters. So we thought it was important to make sure that the meeting took place close to Barton Street so folks can participate in person. It's also hybrid. Check out the website in order to register in advance. And then we're going to cap off the month on October 29th with a full Ward 3 Complete Streets plan rollout with Public Works staff as well. And this will be broken down by neighborhood in terms of the plan throughout Ward 3, and residents are encouraged to attend. That will take place at the Morelli Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor Tattison, please.
This is a shout out for economic development and growth management tomorrow in Ward 11 off of Nebo Road. There's going to be a grand opening. I think Councillor Jackson's coming up for Atlantic Packaging. It's a huge new manufacturing plant in the community of Hannon, which is in Glanbrook. And it's partially built upon the former lands of my grandfather, Franco Tadusiał, who was a working Polish immigrant who came to Canada in 1921 with all his belongings in a trunk. And here today, on the same land that he purchased in the early 1940s, we have this huge, I think it's probably 700, 800,000 square foot manufacturing plant that's going to employ many, many people in our community. So kudos and great work from our staff on landing that. Also, I just wanted to thank our council members for ratifying the rural internet motion that will enable our staff to work with internet providers and speed up the process for laying down optic fiber on rural roads. I think that's a big win for our rural communities where connectivity is currently an issue. So thank you very much, and that's all from Ward 11 for now.
Thanks, Councillor Tattison. By the by, I'll be joining you and Councillor Jackson, who's the next speaker, at that ribbon cutting tomorrow. So exciting times. Councillor Jackson, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Horwath. Just some quick public service announcements. This past Saturday night, over 160 tenants at the Swansea 801 Upper Gauge City Housing Hamilton building had a wonderful turkey dinner. The executive wants to thank all members of council because you unanimously supported my motion to help them offset their costs so every one of the seniors could enjoy a complimentary turkey dinner and have the great camaraderie. So over 160, that's over 2/3 of the tenants that called the Swansea home had a great time. And I want to give a shout out to the volunteers led by President Sue and Treasurer Estelle and Jackie, Ron, Joan, and Patricia that did a great job organizing, preparing, setting up, purchasing, planning for the wonderful turkey dinner. My role behind the big buffet, Mayor Horwath, they made it very simple for me. There were 2 little tabs, one that had cranberry in it and one that had horseradish in it, and they were sealed, and they said, Councillor, just give one out to each person with their plate as they go by. So there was no worry about disasters from me helping to serve. Secondly, staying with 801 Upper Gauge, Town Hall meeting coming up on Monday, October 28th in the morning, and I'll be joined by upper management of City Housing Hamilton staff. I know I always get a great turnout at the Swansea for the traditional annual or semi-annual Town Hall meeting to discuss all issues ranging from electrical, mechanical, maintenance, operations, how the laundry room's working, the elevators, the grounds, everything. It's a very active group there, and I tell you, they have civic engagement down to a T. Speaking of civic engagement, Mayor Horwath, a week ago I had my town hall at another City Housing Hamilton building at 1100 Limeridge Road East, known as the Trent Home. Great turnout of nearly 60 of the tenants in that 57-unit building. And again, thank you to CEO Adam Sweedland and all the managers that came out. What a robust 2 hours we had, lots of Q&As and overall positive outcomes. And I can tell you, and I felt the vibe that the tenants at the Trent Home are very, very proud of their home and proud of what City Housing Hamilton does for them. And lastly, Mayor Horwath, I'm going to leave the big announcement to you. Lastly, Mayor Horwath, for all the constituents, residents, businesses of Ward 6 this coming weekend, I know we should be grateful and thankful for all the blessings in our lives, but this is the official Thanksgiving Day weekend approaching, and I just want to say happy Thanksgiving. And in spite of all the ills going on around the world, I'm just grateful, and I think most, if not all of my residents are just grateful to be still in the best country in the world to enjoy Thanksgiving. Thank you, Mayor Horwath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I don't see anybody else, but I do have a few comments myself, so I'll have the chair sent over to Councillor Danko so that I can make my own remarks. First of all, and it's kind of following on what Councillor Jackson just raised about some of the challenges that are continuing to occur around the world, and folks will know that on Monday it was a year since the events of October 7th that left the global community shaken, and we feel the impact of the conflict that remains right here at home, as we all know. Much like other cities in Ontario, Hamilton is a global city and home to many diverse communities, and as the conflict continues, it is important to remember those in our community. who are experiencing unimaginable grief and continue to worry about family and loved ones. As mayor, I'm committed to ensuring that everyone, regardless of faith or background, feels a sense of belonging in our city. And I want to continue to stand, and I will continue rather, to stand against hate and support initiatives that foster inclusivity and understanding. Following on that, it's also Islamic Heritage Month. So as we begin Islamic Heritage Month, I want to extend my warmest wishes to the Hamilton Muslim community for a joyful and meaningful celebration. I'd like to share how honored I was during my time at Queen's Park to have actually led the work where October became recognized as Islamic Heritage Month. It's an important month because it's an opportunity for all Hamiltonians to learn about the contributions of the Muslim community, and it's also an opportunity to come together, celebrate our shared traditions and values, and deepen our understanding of one another. I encourage fellow Hamiltonians to visit one of the many open houses taking place at local mosques during this month. I was unable to attend one on the weekend, and thank Councillor Danko for having been able to do that in my stead. So Islamic Heritage Month. Also, last Wednesday at sunset marked the beginning of Rosh Hashanah, where we shared the best wishes of homes filled with the sweetness of honey and apples and the warmth of community to mark the start of the Jewish New Year. For Jewish people, the fall holiday of Yom Kippur is the most weighty and somber holiday on the calendar, translating to Day of Atonement. And folks who served with Councillor Kaplan back in the day, rest his soul, will remember some of his speeches on the Day of Atonement. It marks the end of Judaism's high holidays. This year, Yom Kippur starts at sunset this Friday, October 11th, and continues on the evening of Saturday, October 12th, where the Jewish community here in Hamilton and around the world will come together to mark the end of the 10 days of awe. I want to extend my best wishes to everyone observing Yom Kippur. Gemar Chatima Tova. There's another bit of activity that's happening right now, and I know members of council know about it, but I think it's important to remind the community that the City of Hamilton staff are undertaking a review and have created opportunities for everyone to learn more about the history behind some of our city's monuments from an Indigenous perspective. I'm encouraging all Hamiltonians to provide their feedback by attending one of the final 2 in-person community engagement sessions taking place tonight at the Dundas Town Hall or tomorrow night at the Valley Park Community Center. Both are from 5:30 to 7:30. So if folks have a little bit of time to get involved, that would be great. More information can be found, of course, on the City of Hamilton's Engage Hamilton website. I think it's important to acknowledge the passing of our oldest citizen. Our oldest resident passed recently. Anne Conkle, you might have seen the article in the newspaper, a remarkable woman, one of Hamilton's oldest residents, as I said. Throughout her 109 years, Anne touched so many lives with her wisdom, kindness, and resilience. And folks might remember that she inspired all of us during the COVID-19 pandemic, reminding us of the power of hope and perseverance. Visitation will take place on October 15th at Marky Dermody Funeral Home from 12 p.m. with a funeral mass at St. Stanislaus Kostka Church on October 16th at 11 a.m. Her family wanted to invite the entire community to join in honoring Anne's life and legacy, and so that's why I wanted to raise that today. In her memory, her family kindly requests flowers to celebrate her love of life and joy of all things beautiful. Anne's spirit will forever be part of Hamilton's story, so may she rest in peace. I also want to say to folks that Monday, October 14th is Thanksgiving, and I'm really filled with gratitude for every day that this amazing community that I call home allows me to be in such a role as I am right now. I've said many times before that, and I'll continue to say it, that one of the most incredible things about Hamilton is that it is really truly filled with people who care. We're filled with many who dedicate their time and resources to helping others and to being a good neighbor, proud to live and work in a community with so many compassionate citizens. This Thanksgiving, I'm encouraging all Hamiltonians, and I've done this in the past, to practice gratitude definitely, and compassion, as we also support those in our community who struggle to have their needs met. And we know those needs are growing, and those numbers of folks who are struggling continues to grow. So to the many organizations that help us with that work, and all of the volunteers in our city that distribute food and resources to community members in need, as the mayor and the head of the council, I just want to say thank you and show my gratitude to all of those organizations and volunteers that do that great work. And finally, the 29th annual Senior of the Year Awards is coming. So speaking of showing thanks and being grateful, Tuesday, October 15th, 2024 is the Senior of the Year Awards. This annual dinner and award ceremony celebrates the remarkable contributions of seniors aged 65 and older in our city. And this year, we're going to recognize outstanding volunteers across 9 categories, including the prestigious Citizen of the Year Award. I know that a number of councillors make sure that they attend that ceremony. If you haven't been there before, that award ceremony, you should really go, because it's quite amazing. The camaraderie and the, just the friendship and the accomplishments of seniors and what they bring to our community. It's really important to celebrate them, and I'm happy to be saying that I'll be attending again this year. So please, if you have nothing else on your agenda, join us. I look forward to an inspiring evening dedicated to honoring the seniors who enrich our social, cultural, and civic life. And on that note, we'll take the chair back. And I don't see any further speakers then when it comes to member statements. And so I think we will either do the council communications and then break, and then we'll come back for the private confidential. Is that okay? Councillor Wilson, you were concerned about, that's okay? Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go to council communications updates, item 10, September 20th, 2024 to October 3rd, 2024. Councillor Danko, may I please have a motion to receive the council communications update listing?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that the listing of council communication updates from September 20th to October 3rd, 2024 be received.
Thanks very much. Pardon me. The updates are listed for your information. Are there any items within the council communications updates listing that members would like to have referred to a standing committee? So again, it's a matter of referring them to a standing committee as opposed to debating them here. If they get referred, they'll get debated at the standing committee. So any referrals? Councillor Wang.
Perhaps not a referral. I just wanted to speak about how highly supportive I am of the City Enrichment Fund opening, and the deadline for organizations to submit their applications to access this fund is November the 15th. Not referring it, just wanted to highlight that this is a very important fund that I think community would be interested in learning more about. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. Did I see anybody else? No? Okay, so then can we have the vote then on the communications update? Yes, thumbs up for Councillor Wilson. That carries 11-0. Thanks very much, folks. I'll now take a motion to recess. It's about 1:45, so we'll come back at 1:15. Is that all right? I'll take that motion from Councillor Wang and seconded by Councillor Jeff Beattie. So can we have the vote on the on the recess, please? That's my statement, so thank you for that really great work. And that carries 10-1, so thanks very much, and we will All right, welcome back, everyone. We do have quorum, so we're gonna get started and hope that our colleagues will be able to join us, those that are able to. So as you know, we're going to head into private and confidential. That's number 11 on the agenda. So may I please, before we actually go to that motion, have a motion to permit Andy Potter and Bryson Tan of Deloitte LLP to attend the closed session portion of the meeting. Can I have that motion, please? Moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Wang. Mine's not loading for some reason. And that carries 13-0. Thanks very much. Let's see. May I please now then have a motion to move into closed session to consider item 11.1 pursuant to section 9.3 subsections A and C of the city's procedural bylaw 21021 as amended and section 239.2 subsections A and C of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended as the subject matters pertain to the security of the property of the city or local board and to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. So can we have that motion, please? Moved by Councillor Pauls. Oh, hold on.
Sorry, Mayor Horvath. I forgot to put in that it's also for item 12 of General Issues Committee Report 24-016, respecting confidential correspondence from the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board, added item 14.2. The reasons are all there. I just forgot to put that matter in.
Okay, and so people understand this is the item that we referred from GIC, and so that's also one of the reasons we're moving into closed, and the authority is identified as I have already read out for that. So, and as mentioned by Clerk Peelan. So, it was moved by Councillor Pauls, right, and seconded by Councillor Wang. So we'll go to the vote on going into camera, please. Yeah, we're voting on going into camera, but the screen is not the right screen. And so the vote is 13-0, so that carries. Thanks very much. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. When you see the members of council rejoin the meeting, council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. So could we just make this place the in-camera place where we can have that conversation? Okay, thanks very much. We're back in open session. And we'll now go to a motion, please. If someone could please move that we receive the update and maintain the confidentiality of the cybersecurity incident 11.1. That's moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kassar. Can we have the vote on that, please? Sorry. Yep. And that carries 11-0. Thank you very much. And then 6.4, General Issues Committee Report 24-016, October 12, 2024. Regarding confidential correspondence from the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board, added item 14.2. Can we please have the motion on the recommendation in the GIC report as amended? Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Jeff Beattie. We put that vote up, please. And that carries 11-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to the bylaws and confirming bylaw. Councillor Pauls, may I have the motion on the bills, please?
Yes, you can. And it's moved by myself, second by Councillor Kassar, that the Bill 24-170 to number 24-181 be passed and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws by number be signed by the mayor and the city clerk to read as follows. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Read as follows.
Any discussion on the bills? I loathe to ask, but I will.
Now, we'll just advise that Bill 179 is revised given the addition of the online voting. That revised version will be available online, of course, to include that clause.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that reminder, Clerk Trenum. Okay then, please indicate your votes. And that's carried 11-0. Thanks very much. And now we've come to the motion for adjournment, and I'm going to call on Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor Jeff Beattie, to move that motion for adjournment. Moved by Councillor Jeff Beattie, seconded by Councillor Brad Clark. Can we have the vote on adjournment, please? Thanks, everybody. I think we got that vote about to be put on the screen. Can't imagine that there's anybody voting against, but you never judge. Never judge. And it's carried 11-0. Thanks very much, everyone. It's been an intense afternoon or day, actually. We got a lot of good work done and appreciate all of your participation. Thank you so much.